What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I'm him. Today is Monday, the 19th. Oh, wait, the 19th. I thought yesterday was the 17th. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it is the 19th. Well, damn. Anyways, I don't really have much of an agenda today. I'm mostly going to be chilling. I'll be watching some videos. Maybe if I get bored, I may end up reading some blog posts or even coding, maybe. We'll see. This morning about what was it, that you didn't get notifications or something, which is fine. It's one of the things that I like about YouTube is these live streams are automatically videos essentially. So when I'm done, they stay up. On Twitch, that wasn't the case. They were only up for 7 days. There was no type of promotion. Like YouTube will actually promote streams on the homepage and bring you viewership. Twitch does not. In addition to that, I had to pay money every month to be able to keep my videos on Twitch for up to 60 days, I think. Or maybe it was 30, I forget how many days it was. But I was paying monthly for a while. And after a year of paying monthly to have my videos, my streams, stay up as VODs on Twitch to get a total of 18 views, I was like, fuck this, I'm good, I'm done, I'm good, I'm not doing that. It's a bad value proposition. The ROI was not there at all. And I'm not saying ROI in the sense of I needed money, but more so in the sense of I'm investing these dollars so that I can increase my viewership, so that I can, have more interesting conversations, that kind of thing. Didn't pan out. Ironically, I've been on YouTube for I don't know how many years doing the streaming, right? I've been on YouTube for a long time, but when it comes to streaming, this is relatively new. And my viewership in a week is higher than, at least today, my viewership in a week is higher than my entire viewership history on Twitch, even though I started streaming on Twitch a full year before I started streaming on YouTube. So with that said, YouTube is on lock. Even though I dislike what Alphabet/Google are doing to the platform and all this other stuff, I do appreciate the fact that they still will bring you traffic to your videos. People like yourself. Actually, I guess you found me because I showed up on someone else's stream, right? Casual. I'm just, I don't know. I can't say anything's good per se, but I'm all right, I suppose. Still, as they call, fun employed. I haven't been looking for jobs. I've been doing interviews because I have to. Anytime someone reaches out, I'll do interviews, but I haven't yet to apply for a job. Oh yeah. The lead attorney. He recently started posting videos, and he's been doing some live streams lately. I've caught a few of them because I didn't see him for a while, and I wasn't sure if it was because I just wasn't getting any notifications or kind of like you. Although I don't know if I have notifications enabled on anything. I don't like noise, like just things coming at me. I get too many notifications as it is. It's hard to articulate how many notifications I get because, well, for the most part, I don't talk about it, and I have them on mute, so you would never know. Oh man, last night after the stream, I ended up starting a draft for my next blog post. Your boy is ghostwriting. I've been ghostwriting for a few months, publishing under a pseudonym on Substack. And the second post is I'm hoping to have that second post published by the end of the month. And in June, I need to play a little bit of catch up. I'm probably going to try to get 2 in that month. And these are hard. Like, these are not easy things for me to write. So it does take time. Like right now I have like a rough draft per se, but it doesn't flow well right now because it's mostly just me trying to get my thoughts out, my ideas out. It's not really structured at all for the same reason. And there may be gaps, like I'm writing these open letters, which when taken as a whole will tell a story in addition to offering a critique, like a social critique of today's society, especially things like feminism, extreme individualism, this idea that this entitlement. I don't know where that comes from, but these are things and ideas and concepts that I've been exploring for the past, well, basically since February. So a few months. The stream, he had cancer. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Dang, that sucks. Well, hopefully he's okay. Man, I hate to hear it. I'm hoping that he's okay. He seems okay. I mean, he seemed okay the last time I was watching his videos, which was like a week or 2 ago, maybe. It was fairly recent. Mic check. I'm seeing if that delay in my audio and the video is fixed. Test 1 2. Test. No, it's not. It's still a delay. All right, I don't know if I care. All right, let's switch over. Oops, not that. Whatever. You don't need to see me. I'm not doing anything. We'll switch over to me when I get to... Huh, okay. I thought I had YouTube open. Pull it out to its own little window here. Yeah, watch that. Yeah, I was this morning I went through and I put these videos, well, not this one, but this one. So all the things that say 3 2 whatever, like, except for this. Wait, what? Huh, interesting. Sort. Okay, yeah, perfect, yeah. So I'm gonna go through some of these. One of these I kind of started, you see. In fact, some of these, literally all of them I started, I got about a minute in, and I was like, you know what? How about I do a stream today? I haven't done any type of streaming like this in a while, where I just watch videos and pause here and there and offer commentary. So yeah, let's switch gears and turn on this music. We'll have it in the background like that. Okay, I'm gonna go in order, not top down, but bottom up, starting from here. And this says that wait, I actually didn't watch this. Why is it saying that I watched that? I didn't watch this. Hell, I didn't even watch this one either. All right, there are 9 videos here. I don't know if I'm going to get through all 9 of these videos, but maybe I will. Let's just start with this one.
Artificial intelligence is probably one of the most overhyped, over-exaggerated, over-feared.
Before we really get into it, this video is from Luke Smith. I'm going to go ahead and like it. And we're going to throw it in the chat. So y'all can, go give him a like, go follow him if you end up liking some of his content. There are 2 videos in this list, so obviously you're going to see at least 2 things if you're here. Maybe you won't see it, you'll hear it. How about that? For those of you who don't have it, who aren't actually watching, it's just me in the background. Listen to me yap.
Overpraised technologies that's ever existed. And this is not me saying that it's not going to be something of an importance. It's not me saying that it's not going to be a multi-billion-dollar industry. In fact, it probably already is. But I think AI is not what people boost it because it I guess appeals to people because it has an illusion built into it.
All right, so here's my take on why I think people are boosting AI. Right now in our economy, there's not much growth happening, right? For the past, 10, 15, 20 years, the primary driver of our economic growth has been tech. Before that, it was, like electronics, integrated circuits, stuff like that, computers, tech. But now it's been like internet and all that kind of stuff. And now that that's starting to level off, that capital is looking for other places to go that can offer the next round of exponential growth. So I think people need AI. Like they need a return, right? The other thing I think is a lot of the folks who are pushing AI incredibly hard have everything to gain by doing so. Let's say you are a partner at a venture capital firm, and you have like $5, $10, $15 million that you need to deploy every year or so, and AI is the thing that everyone's doing. So of course there's going to be some type of FOMO, and you're going to want to put some money there in case that's the thing that ends up giving you that exponential growth that you're looking for. That 10x, that 100x, 1000x growth. Not 10x, it's typically more than that. So as a result, all of these firms have a lot of money, hundreds of millions, potentially billions of dollars, potentially tens of billions of dollars allocated to these AI ventures. And if those ventures don't pan out, if AI is not the next big thing, then well, hell, they have to take a write-off. They have to write that money off. They're losing money is basically what I'm saying. So they need for AI to be the thing. That's my take, but it's just based off of a little bit of my what I know about the industry. There are people who know more, but I know enough.
This illusion that makes it seem like it's something greater than what it is. So here's my contention. Artificial intelligence, ultimately it's just a computer program. It's a computer program that gives you give it an input and it gives an output.
I had to disagree. It is not a program. And here's why. A program has a very specific meaning. It's a set of instructions that allows the computer, or that enables the computer to complete a task. That is a program. And AI is closer to a function. It's something that maps an input to an output. That's not a program. unless you want to like zoom out and like become very abstract and say, well, you know what, like technically a program is also a function. But then I would also disagree with that, because functions, by the definition of a function, you can't have an input that maps to two different outputs and still call it a function. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
It's trained on huge amounts of data, but ultimately what it is doing is fundamentally no different from any other computer program. There are a lot of people who are in AI cults. Maybe they're in a pro-AI cult or they're in an anti-AI cult. There are literally people out there who have killed themselves because...
This is true. Y'all remember that one stream that I did a long time ago? I don't remember. I was talking about that case with that one... that, I don't know, gosh, what was it called? It's some like group that ended up like killing someone, and then they were on the run, and gosh, fuck, what was that? I need to know. I'm sorry, I'm about to get sidetracked, but you know, let's see if I like gave a useful title for once. Normally I don't give useful titles, so the likelihood of me finding this in the time that I'm going to give myself, I'm going to time box this to 2 minutes. If I find it, then I'm not going to change my titling strategy. But if I don't, I'm still not going to change my titling strategy. Just because it's too much effort. Man, did I not update these thumbnails, or do I just not have thumbnails? 3 months ago. I don't think it was that long ago. Okay, obviously... Oh, wait. Things are getting weird. Maybe this. Come here to hang out and chat. Okay, so... Oh, shit. I forgot. I'm supposed to be putting my community thing. I haven't been doing any of this. God dang. I need to do that. All right, let me go to Studio right quick. I've just realized that I haven't been doing this ever since I got this new computer. Let me pull this over here. We don't need to see all this live. We'll go ahead and update this right now. And one thing that I think I should wait. Well, one thing I think I should start doing is actually coming in and adding a comment or updating the description of what I talked about, and perhaps I can have my AI do that automatically for me in the future. Okay, so I don't have a Discord link right now, so I'm just going to delete that, but I'll re-add the Discord eventually. Yeah, I completely forgot I was supposed to be doing that. Go ahead and add it to after hours and save that. Cool. Let's get back to
Do you think that America...
What? Wait, what? What is this? I remember Joy Taylor. Oh my gosh. Remember 10 years ago? She looked completely different 10 years ago. Man, she looks very different today. That's crazy how much different she looks.
Because they think that AI is going to take over AI cult, or they're in an anti-AI cult. There are literally people out there who have killed themselves because they think that AI is going to take over the world and it's going to enslave all people and torture them for all eternity for just because it doesn't, I don't know, whatever. People have all these ideas of what AI is going to do or can do, and of course there are people who are radically pro AI. It's going to solve all the problems. It's going to do.
Just remember that it's always the experts who, when a new technology comes out, they say all of these things that it's going to do. And very often, none of those things happen. Turns out that those experts are not attached to reality. They suffer from God. It's like when you live. It's like when you're in an echo chamber, right? Like when you're only around people like that, you know, where you're all pie in the sky. You're not like thinking realistically. Of course, they're gonna say these things. It's only natural. Just think about, what, 60, 70, 80 years ago? Weren't we supposed to have flying cars? Weren't we all supposed to have a home robot? Y'all remember the Jetsons? Or are y'all too young for that? I remember the Jetsons. Just think about the opening, what do they call that? The gosh, what do you call the beginning of a show? You know, when the Simpsons comes on and they do the Simpsons and they have it's the open, I don't know what that's called. I don't know that. Well, anyway, if you know what I mean, that's what I mean, right? Like that opening the Simpsons and they have the cloud and then they have the theme song and all that kind of shit. I don't know where I was going with that. Let me go back to this video.
For us, it's going to make everything more efficient. The reality is AI is it is a tool that is ultimately no different from any other computer program. That's not to say that it can't do things that other computer programs.
I can't accept that. I can't accept. So I'm happy to let other things slide that I'm not an expert in, but I am literally an expert in this. Computer science is my background. I have undergraduate experience in it, as well as graduate experience in it, as well as 15 years of work experience in software engineering where I pull on those CS principles. AI is not the same as a program. For one, programs are not black boxes. You know, like, yes, they both do computations, but in a very different way. One is basically doing math. Like, when I say math, I mean like multiplications. What do you call it? Dot products, which is just multiplications and for loops. That's what's really happening here, right? Well, no, you only do that to produce a model. Once you get those weights, all you're doing is you are producing your embeddings, and then you're sending that through your neurons, and they do all of their activations, and then you get an output eventually, right? That's what they're doing. Programs and AI are not the same thing. If they were, we wouldn't have applications or programs that leverage AI. That wouldn't make sense. We have a program that leverages a program. No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe it does to someone, but not me. Futurama. Oh yeah. Well, Futurama is a little bit different because that took place like hundreds of years or maybe a century or thousands of years in the future. Whereas I think the Jetsons, let me see when the Jetsons took place. We're gonna have to ask ChatGPT, unfortunately, because Google has become even worse. Search results in Google, I don't understand how they're getting worse than they were. When did the Jetsons take place? T- 2062. So the Jetsons takes place in about what, 30 some, almost a little bit over 30 years from now. There is no chance in hell that we're even gonna have we're gonna have any of those things. Like, nothing. We're not getting any of that. There've been some other shows that, you know, are talking about future, and then they show all these things, and it never comes to fruition. The only things that I've noticed that have come to fruition are mechanisms of controlling people, the security apparatus. So think of things like the identity. Is it called Identity Report? I think it's called Identity with Jason Bourne, maybe. Minority Report. Yeah, that movie. Yeah, by use of foreknowledge, pre-crimes, provided by 3 psychic. Yeah, that movie. If y'all haven't seen it, this is where I think we're going, because we already have mass surveillance. You know, it started off benign. You know, we get these CCTV cameras everywhere. It's for your safety. So we're gonna do it. Then we get the digital revolution and the internet, and you know, over time, people are like, oh, we need to monitor people's emails and their browsing behaviors and all these other things, not only for commercial purposes, but for your safety. You know, tyranny always comes for your safety. Tyranny is here to protect you. That's how it's sold. And for whatever reason, humans fall into it every single time. I don't understand why it's the default, like, is it the logos? Is that it? I'm gonna say MO for now. It's the default MO, or the modus operandi that I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna move on. It'll come back later. Maybe, probably not. I'm realizing that I need to not stop so much because I'm only I don't want to do what I normally do where I watch one of these videos that's like 18 minutes and it takes me an hour and a half to get through it. So I'm gonna time box this. Let me put a timer on. Put a timer. I'm gonna put it on my computer. I think there's a timer on here. Clock. Okay, yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna time box this. I'm gonna try to have some discipline. We're gonna do start. What I've done so far doesn't count.
Can't, but let me be clear about this. Firstly, let's talk about the dangers of AI, okay? Is AI going to destroy us? Is it going to fire off all the nukes? Well, it depends on how stupid we are. Because obviously when you're building a secure system, let's say a system for nuclear security, you have a bunch of nuclear weapons and you want to make sure that they only fire when you want them to fire. Obviously, you would be very stupid to build a system that's just connected to the internet and, you just put in a password and fire them. And of course, the nuclear systems that exist in the world, hopefully, but by all accounts, they have air gaps. They have keys you have to turn. They have an analog system that generates a kind of two-factor authentication. They have these fail-safes in place so that if the programming side, and this has nothing to do with AI right now, but if the programming side, the digital side of it fails, then it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a worry. You want to have that working well, but it doesn't destroy the whole system, right? And AI, if we had an AI system for shooting off the nukes or diagnosing illnesses or, making statistical judgments or political judgments or ethical judgments or any of these kind of things, obviously, unless we are extremely stupid, we are not going to construct systems with no fail-safes, right? So therefore, there's no more inherent danger in AI being your digital system that is finding quote-unquote conclusions any more than there's a danger of just having a little computer program that has case statements or switch statements that react to some input with a given output. Okay? What is the danger is not the AI in itself as a computer program, but what is the danger is the AI presents this illusion to people looking at it. That is, AI, of course, might use words. It might use, obviously, it's a large language model.
What he's getting at, what I sense that he's implying is spot on. I'm noticing it in people. People are trusting what these things say. And in fact, one of the most common things that I hear from a lot of people is like how impressed and just like how good the responses in the AI are. And something in me is wondering, are people truly reading? Because I am one that believes that most people do not read. Now, this is a biased opinion. It's not shaped by anything that I would consider logical. This is just an assumption. I am assuming that most people on Earth do not read. And I don't mean like little basic bitch reading where you're reading street signs or you're reading a menu or you're reading things that are in your environment. I mean, like you go and have a book and you sit there and read. I don't think that that's what most people are doing. And I'm saying worldwide, not just here in America, but let's focus on America. I don't think people are reading. I don't think people have a good idea of what's good rhetoric or what's good prose or what's good literature or anything. I think a lot of people lack taste. In fact, no, I'm gonna use a stronger word. I know that to be the case. I know that most people lack taste, and here's why. DJs exist, artists exist, photographers exist, videographers exist. These are people who take all of these inputs and they curate a bunch of different things to give some form that will be presented to you, the audience, the viewer, the consumer. And those people are much more rare than the people who don't create things. So I'm using that kind of as my proxy for explaining why I think that most people aren't truly, engaging with the content that's in front of them. And I think that with LLMs, that's very much the case, because you think about what was happening in the past 5-10 years, where people will read a headline or a tweet, which is 140 characters and headlines aren't much longer. And they will form a whole opinion based off of a headline. They wouldn't even read the article. And a lot of times those articles are not much more than 1,500, 2,000 words. So what that tells me is that most people don't read. They're surface level. And I imagine, and I'm assuming that with these AIs, they get a long ass response and they are interpreting the length of the response as good. It's just like, oh, it comes fast. It looks like it's writing because the way they've done it in the user experience, where it streams it in, and it's long and it's using words that seem to make sense. So they kind of scan through and they don't really read it closely. And I think this is the case because I've heard so many people say something's good, and then I'll go read what it is they're saying is good, and I'm just like, what is this shit? And it's like, did you even read this? If you read it, you probably would have noticed these grammatical mistakes. You probably would have noticed that there's this one point that doesn't follow the other point, but it's just there. Like, it's all these things that people it's just over their head, and I don't understand. It's weird.
People will disparagingly but properly describe AI as just like a giant text completion or autocorrect. That's really ultimately what these language models are.
Technically, yeah,
but
he's right.
To unbeknownst to many people, to unsuspecting people, that appears like it has a kind of intelligence. We look at human language and we see AI using it and stringing together sentences that make sense, even if they're a bunch of fluff, frankly. But we see that, and it presents this illusion that the AI is doing something that it's not. It's really just, it's symbol manipulation. It is syntactic manipulation. The AI has no concept of semantics, or it has a concept of semantics in a...
I do want to put out here that that this idea that writing is intelligence is something that only stupid people who are low IQ would believe. Anyone can write some words on a piece of paper. Or maybe not a piece of, let's say on a computer. How about that? Anyone can type some words in a computer. Does that imply intelligence? Let's say that, there's this brilliant genius guy who sucks at writing, who just doesn't write. Let's say he can't write. I don't know. Let's just be fake here. Like, he can't write. Does that mean that he's not intelligent? And if so, why do we always say that dolphins are so intelligent? Which, I mean, maybe they are. Or monkeys, chimps are so intelligent. I don't see them writing. But for whatever reason, they're intelligent. I think there's been this weird conflation of intelligence and writing. And they're not the same thing. Writing is more of a tool for communication that doesn't really signal intelligence in any kind of way. No more than being able to talk to other people signifies intelligence. Like what I'm doing here, just because I'm talking, that doesn't imply any level of intelligence on my part. Just the talking part. Now, the other stuff, like being able to, have a logical progression that gets you to some conclusion, all that's more in the line with this is intelligence. But just being able to speak. So with AI, these tools, all they're doing is giving you an output that's in writing, and I don't see how that's intelligence. Unless we redefine what intelligence means. We are in the realm of or in the time period of redefining words. So maybe that's intelligence now. I don't know.
Narrowly syntactic way. But the AI, of course, it's not really thinking, it's processing, it's scoping over huge amounts of data. The issue is it appears to us to be something greater than what it actually is, right? It appears to us as if, for example, if if you have again, if you design some computer system, let's say a simple computer program that if you give it input A, it does B. If you give it input C, it gives D. You know, like basically like a case statement, a switch statement, something very basic, okay? If something goes wrong, you can troubleshoot the program, and you can say, okay, well, this is where we actually gave it an input we didn't really expect, and it actually ended up doing. It went with the elsewhere condition. We didn't want it to. You know, you can diagnose what's going on. With AI, it is so complex that you cannot do that. And worse than that, when your AI is doing something,
I don't know if it's due to complexity. I don't think that is due to complexity. I think that when we produce these embeddings and ultimately these weights, what we're fundamentally doing is we're removing information that we can reason about and encoding that information in ways that a machine can, I'm going to use quotes, reason about. I look at AI as just another form of search. That's ever since undergrad, but that's probably because that's kind of the thing that I was doing when I was in undergrad. So it's like I learned it from a very fundamental, you know, before all this stuff started happening. I learned it at that level, so I've always looked at it in that way, not in what he's saying.
Like human language, you have this idea that the AI, if it does something you don't expect, if it does something crazy or unexpected, people fall for this illusion the AI is somehow doing something very wise. It's like, oh, it knows something we don't know. It, you know, it's producing this output, you know, that.
I also have to stop here. I know I said, let's see, how much time do I have? Am I running over or close to it? Let me check. I'm over here wasting time. Okay. All right. Perfect. I have some time. This is a pet peeve of mine. It's an annoyance, and it's only minor now, but it'll probably grow. Conflating AI with LLM, with machine learning, with all these other, like, it's annoying to me, because in my opinion, it shows like this lack of understanding of what AI is. AI is a field of study, like a whole, it's a big thing. It's like, think of it as a big ass circle that encapsulates a bunch of other things like NLP, natural language processing, things like clustering. So things like your gosh, what's one algorithm, like k-means? Is it k-means? Yeah, I'm gonna call it k-means clustering. Things like that, like things like support vector machines, you know, thing like LLMs, that's an example, or recommender systems. It's a broad category of things that are all considered to be within the subfield of AI, which in and of itself is a subfield of computer science and some other things, right? It's not just computer science. Computer science, believe it or not, is kind of closely connected to other fields that you wouldn't expect, like linguistics, believe it or not. Psychology, believe it or not. So it's more of I don't think you can use these things interchangeably. What he's describing right now is LLMs, large language models, not AI, right? I understand that it is AI, but like to say just AI does this, it's like, no, it doesn't, because what about all the other thousands of things that you probably don't know about that AI is? It's like that. What this statement doesn't apply to those things. But I get what he's saying. He's not really wrong. It's just a pet peeve of mine that people use these things interchangeably as if they are the same.
I don't know. It actually wants to destroy the world because we're the virus, dude.
They are. They are used interchangeably. Just like at one point, data science and machine learning were both mentioned interchangeably or at the same time as if they were somehow related. Just like at one point, BI and data science were conjoined as if they were the same thing. And yes, they do have some similarities, but no, they are not the same thing. But I guess these nuances don't appear to people who don't work in the industry, in the field, right? Like I worked doing these things, which is why, I know the differences is because, there was one point in my life where I was just like, oh yeah, it's all AI. And then it's like, well, no, it's not all just AI. It is, but it's not. All right, cool. Let's go.
It's gonna like destroy us because that's kind of the issue with AI. It's not really in AI itself. It's with these people who I don't know, like deify AI to be either some kind of
That's
like
what they're doing.
omnipotent god or
He's
this
right.
devil.
Yeah, he's right. That's what they're doing though. I think that these AI folks, a lot of them are like what do you call those people? The transhumanists? Excuse me. Oh God. I think they're transhumanists. Let me see if that's actually a word. There's AI. There should be. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's that movement, the transhumanism movement. They are building a god. The reason is it puts them in power. Right? If you supplant the current god and you implant the new god that you have full control over, then yeah, you have all the power. Which, no.
That is,
maybe it works.
They don't look at it as what it actually is. It's a computer program that has this illusion on top of it that makes it feel like it's something different than a computer program, and it produces results that seem genuinely creative or generative, but ultimately they're not. I mean, these things are still trained on data. They might be using the data in a seemingly novel way, but it ultimately is, it's just trained on what it's trained on, and it's easy to manipulate how an AI is going to react. It's only different from other computer programs in degrees of complexity, and the fact that in essence, AI is like, it's almost as if we never have the source code. And I don't really mean the source code, but I mean the way that the AI is actually kind of computing an individual decision, or even to say decision is wrong on my part.
Well, no. Mm-hmm. You do have that. I just don't think we know how to interpret it. I think that's really what it is. But to be very clear, this is beyond what I know and understand. I haven't done the research. And when I say research, I mean like I haven't gone to graduate school and say, you know what, I'm going to focus on AI and I'm going to do research in this specific field. I didn't do that. My graduate studies was more software engineering. Yes, I still also continue my AI stuff, but it wasn't to a point where I can argue what he's saying. But what I was going to get at is that because it's weights and because, the model architecture, not the model architecture, we can call it model architecture, the neural network architecture with all of the little things, because we know that and we have the weights, I guess technically you could get outputs from all of the neurons in the hidden networks, but that would be it could be billions of them. So I think it's more of an interpretability problem more so than a it doesn't exist problem.
And almost put something cognitive on the AI that's not actually going on. So when it comes down to it, this illusion that people have that AIs are something more than that. It's no different from, people using auguries and, taking a bird and, opening it, looking at its entrails and something like that, and using that as a sign of what decision to make. In most situations, AI, it is just confabulating output, right? And obviously you can use these systems to solve certain problems in a limited way, but you always have to remember, in order for the AI to actually be truly trained and calibrated, it has to be calibrated. And what I mean by that is, if you're just using an AI in a complex domain and you can't really check the answers, you have no way of knowing if they're valid at all. A good example of a use of AI that some people have been sharing on the internet recently, there's a kid or a group of people, I think the kid was associated with SpaceX, but there's a public problem where they have these 3D scans of scrolls from the Vesuvian eruption in Pompeii, right? Where, you know, these scrolls, they're not really ash. I don't know, they're molten, not molten in some way. You know what I mean? But people don't actually want to open them because then they think it might destroy the data. However, people have 3D scanned them and the data is public and they're trying to find people who can decipher, you know, see what actually is in these scripts. Now, recently, there's been some kind of minor breakthrough. It's not like they've translated them all, but using AI, you can use AI, give it the noise and, you know, give it the noise of that data. And if you try over and over again, changing variables, changing how it processes things, there have eventually been words that have been.
So I do like how he's describing this. You can almost look at how do I want to frame this? A big benefit and one of the most novel things that this field of AI is giving us is the ability to find signal within noise, like an extreme ability, right? Because as he was saying, right, I mean, in his example, he's talking about like noise in the sense of like there's distortions, maybe there's, you know, these are scans. So there's a lot of things that aren't what we care about, aka the writing. You know, it's probably burned, it's probably been weathered, so there's a lot of noise. But we want to be able to see things that, you know, we wouldn't otherwise be able to in computers because they're so fast. They're able to pick up on patterns that we ourselves we probably wouldn't see them. They're able to pick up on connections of patterns in ways that we just can't do. So I kind of like where he's going with this. I don't know if that's where he was intending to go, but looking at AI as a signal to noise increaser. Better word, increaser is probably not a maximizer. How about that? It's a SNR maximizer. I'm gonna put this in I have some notes. Pull up in. My computer is a little laggy and I don't know why. Like I really don't know why. It's kind of pissing me off right now. Okay, all right, sure. See, I have a thing of my quotes. Cool.
For these scrolls, right? And that's a big breakthrough. That's using AI. It sounds like a great thing. But the thing is, obviously, the AI itself is actually not really, it's not really the thing translating. It's really the people there who have to constantly calibrate it and say, okay, well, it found a word. And this word, I mean, we expect it to be Latin or Greek. If it gives a Chinese character or something like that, or more like it just gives nonsense, we know that that's just nonsense. You can't just magically trust the AI. You as a user have to be monitoring to see, okay, it's saying something sensible. Now, if the AI gets to such a point, it's so trained on this data, you might be able to just feed it all this stuff and it can just instantly translate it into the proper language. But if you never go and actually check, it's gobbledygook. I mean, it's nothing. It's not really doing much of anything. You need the human side. And so what I mean by that is that obviously if you were to just run an AI in some way on these scrolls without ever checking or without ever caring what it's going to output, you are going to get many false positives. You're going to get the AI producing this answer, which you can't explain. You don't really know its programming, but it seems smart. It seems coherent. In the same way that every AI answer, when it's responding in language, it will speak so confidently about something it doesn't know anything about, because it doesn't know anything. It is just a little syntactic, the language systems are just a syntactic manipulation scheme that imitates human language. When people assume that these things are more powerful than they actually are, that's the danger. And even worse, it would be a danger if people were so naive and so stupid as to actually hook these things up to make novel decisions in domains they just are not trained for.
Wait, is he doubting the level of human stupidity that exists. You can be intelligent and still stupid. We're already doing the things that he's talking about. Like, so many people are trying to build these AI systems and integrate them into their businesses to make decisions. So we're already there. It's not that much different from people who were going to Google and self-diagnose themselves and go figure. It's those people exist, and they are not few and far in between. In fact, they are quite dense. It's a lot of them, and they're quite dense. So, I mean, never underestimate how stupid humans can be. That's one thing that's helped me in life. I used to believe that we were all the same, that we were all equal, and that, you know, if we all just put our mind to things and applied ourselves, we can accomplish anything. After being on this earth for 36 years, I know that that's a lie. No. I was told that so that other people around me could feel better about themselves, but nah, like, we're not all equal. You know, there are people who are much, much, much smarter than me who can do things, have thoughts, just I can't even imagine what they can do because I'm not smart enough to imagine what they can do. So, yeah, most people are, most people are average. So that's what's going to happen. What he's fearing. Yeah, AI and medical decisions is wild. It's deeper than that. We've had I'm going to use AI, even though it's not the LLMs, but we've had AI involved in judgments too, in our courts. This has been for at least 15 years. For what it's worth, when I was in grad school, doing my stuff, that was my thesis. It was, what was, I forgot the title of it. I forgot the title of the thesis, but I remember a lot of the words that was in the title. Overall, it was about, it was about latent bias and detecting latent bias in systems as well as in these models that we create. I got to make sure I'm not going to run over time. Shit. All right, I'm going to stop it at 30 minutes
even
regardless.
If they are trained for, you have to still calibrate their unexpected answers, right? And so it almost feels like a computer program that's writing itself.
Nah, fuck that. I'm going to add more time. So I can at least claim that I've transformed his content and I'm not just jacking it, because I'm not. Like, I'm actually commenting on it. So Mr. Luke Smith, if you happen to watch this, which I'm sure you won't, but if you happen to watch this, I'm actually here. I'm transforming your content. I'm not actually. I've given you credit. You're linked.
It's producing. It almost. Again, I don't want to use words like no with respect to it because that is a metaphor. But it's almost as if a program that is programming itself by trial and error, and at every step in that programming, you still have to be there to check it. And as soon as it departs from what we can test, there's no way that we have any reason to think it's actually it's doing something sensible, right? And this, in fact, we expect it to immediately depart from solvency, to immediately depart from doing things that are coherent, right? And again, the unfortunate illusion, and this isn't just of AI, this is with other things. You know, I've talked about this with the use of statistics in academia and for other things, or even, frankly, even the use of certain equations in things like physics, right? There's this tendency to take something real and put it in an abstract formula. And you play with the abstract formula, you play with the statistics, and you don't realize that there might be a kind of thing that you perform on your equation that, let's say, is not an accurate representation of what is actually going on in reality. But there's some kind of officialness of that mathematics. It feels realer than real life.
That right there. I've noticed this with economics. You know, economics started out as a social study, like, or art. Like, it's art, science. There's different. It started out as that. However, over time, as mathematical rigor was added to it, it became this new thing, and now it's like it's almost seen as like these economists know everything because they have all these fancy equations that back up the things that they say, and because it's in math, you can do proofs. I suppose they are implying that because math is provable now these models that we have our rigor behind, mathematical rigor behind, these are also provable. And I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the case.
And so when you find something really weird in your mathematical equations, you almost want to believe that instead of what you see with your own lying eyes, or you want to,
Bro, that was, yeah, Brandon. That's one of the craziest things is that, and I don't know if I'm just indoctrinated, I may be, but when I was doing my training in undergrad, one of the tenets that was drilled into us is how we cannot trust our senses. 17-year-old William, I wasn't thinking of it at that level. I was just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Which it does. It still makes sense. Even 36-year-old William, yeah, it makes sense. But when I think about that, and I think about it critically, I don't know if I think that's almost a setup. If you tell a bunch of people that, hey, no, you can't trust your own senses. You have to trust this other thing that we're telling you is the thing that you need to trust. I think that it makes it possible to, live, like, have a life where you shut off your own mental faculties and you say, all right, well, this voice that, well, I guess most people don't have a voice in their head. I have one. The voice in my head, no, that's false. This thing right here, no, this is the reality. I'm trying to think through like the implications of that, because this is me reflecting on my own life, where I'm just like, yeah, this is one of the biggest tenets, not tenets, one of the core principles that I picked up in my science training. Was that mindset? Same with engineering. Obviously, engineering and science are kind of connected. We depend on the science to do the engineering. This video is making me think. I like this.
The statistics can be really pernicious because most of the people in academia using it, I've done a good podcast episode on this. Most people using statistics in academia, if they're doing null hypothesis testing, they, by definition, they don't know what they're doing, because that entire thing is like it's almost like an accidental misunderstanding in American academia that's become just norm everywhere.
I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting that.
Even make philosophical or statistical sense, but I bring that up just as an example of it still is a ritual that adds a kind of authority to what you're doing, that makes it seem a little bit realer, and that's kind of what AI does. It gives this, it feels like something realer than what it actually is, and that's the actual danger. Now, don't get me wrong, I think AI is also totally demonic, but that's not for this video. But I will just say, as a tool...
Wait, all right. So he went into the metaphysics, like this demonic. That's interesting. I don't agree or disagree with that statement. It's just interesting that just came out of left field. I was not expecting that. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Demonic is more than just spirits, right? Like, obviously that's what they represent in the Western sense, but it's a little bit more than that. Demonic it's an archetype. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's an archetype, really. A lot of these things that we have are archetypes, and yes, these things are things that may exist. I'm not disputing that. I'm not even going to debate that, but demon as an archetype. That's kind of why I'm kind of on board with that, if we're going to go with demon as an archetype.
AI is not dangerous because what it does or what it can do. It's dangerous because it can have unexpected outputs because we're not properly calibrating it. And much worse, people trust it. It feels like it's something deeper. It feels like it is wiser than us because it is using our language. As a totally blind machine that doesn't have any idea what it's talking about. And obviously, like, it's so human, and it's pathetically human in a bad way, you know, that people look at AI and, you know, again, they see this autocorrect system, and then they impute upon it not just a deep wisdom, but, oh, maybe AIs are conscious, or maybe AIs are, you know, which that's a whole nother question.
This is something that I think we as humans, we do a lot. We like to, guys, I forgot the word. I'm sorry. There's a lot of words that I had to use over my life. Gosh, I'm going to try to think about what that word is. Shit. Maybe it will come to me, like things do. It may not even be in this video. It may be, it may be in like an hour. I may come back later and just say some random thought. If you've been watching long term, just know that it's probably connecting back to here. The word will come back. Just have to.
And they're not. They're unless they're
let me rewind
pathetically human in a bad way. You know, that people look at AI and, you know, again, they see this autocorrect system, and then they impute upon it not just a deep wisdom, but, oh, maybe AIs are conscious, or maybe AIs are, you know, which that's a whole
the word
it
came it has anthro in it. All right. It's on the tip of my tongue now. Anthropomorphism. The attribution of human characteristics or behavior to a god, and yes, this. Anthropomorphism. It came faster than I thought. I was expecting it to be like an hour, and I'll be like, oh, word, it'll just come out of nowhere. This happens a lot to me. That's why I'm giving y'all a little bit of heads up. Just, if you haven't been watching me for a long time, you don't know me very well, just know that oftentimes I will forget words for concepts that I know, and then out of nowhere they'll come back, and I'll just follow up with whoever I'm talking to and be like, oh yeah, there's a word I was talking about. But yeah, anthropomorphizing, or whatever the word is. I forgot it already.
And they're not. They're unless they're possessed by demons. I guess they could be. But no, they're not. Like, syntactic computation is not the same as semantics. I mean, it's just the Chinese room, you know, parable, which of course is the most misunderstood parable in the entire world. Maybe I should do a video on that again, because you will never have more Redditors be angry at you, like intellectually angry about something they don't understand, than when you talk about the Chinese room experiment. But either way, that's what I have to say. I think AI, again, people tell me that I have a technology YouTube channel. I don't know why they say that. So they want to know what I think about AI. I don't think about it. It's not important. Like, again, AI is going to change the way we do some things. Like, there are certain problems that AI can help us solve. It is a threat for the reasons I said, not because of what it is in itself.
I already subscribed. All right, I'm good. I didn't know. Wait, so he's not a. I like that. I love the fact that, you know, there are non-tech people talking about tech stuff. I like people who are well-rounded.
It's a threat because of how people deify it. And again, there are people who, I don't know, it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic how people talk about this. And as I said in my last video on AI, years and years ago at this point, the thing that I worry about it is it's making the internet a worse place. You search anything on the internet and you get nothing but AI generated slop.
Yeah.
You know, that has, it has, I think as I said there, it has so little butter spread over so much toast that it is useless, and it's making the internet mediocre. People are using this unironically, like, people will submit AI answers as if they're real things. They think about it as if, like, again, they think this thing is a real, almost like a human-esque, like, hyper intelligence that, like, knows all this stuff we don't know. I mean, just as an example, I actually used AI for the first time ever, only a week or two ago. I'm going to end the video in a second, but I just want to just give my example of this. I used AI for the first time ever 2 weeks ago. I'm always a laggard when it comes to technology, and the only reason I did, I was trying to remember this random PC game I played around the year 2000. I remember, I'll describe it to you, maybe someone knows. So I remember it was a game you could play on a keyboard with multiple players, like someone uses one side and the other uses the other. I think it had pretty good graphics at the time. Again, a PC game. It was a multiplayer. You had a little character that was on a grid. It had hard rock music, and you could like bomb each other. And I think it was a little edgy, if I remember. There might have been some naughty words in it. Either way, I'm trying to think if there's anything else about it. But I was trying to recall the name of this game, and I still haven't. And so I just pulled up the AI,
Man,
whatever.
That's tough. I know the feeling. I know the feeling where it's like you're trying to think of the name of something, and you know all of these traits, these characteristics. You can remember that. You can remember what it's about, but the name, I struggle with names. That's one of the things I struggle with. Yeah, names for words too. Like, what is this word called? I know that I'm explaining the definition, the concept, what it means, but it's like, I don't know the word. I forgot the word.
Who cares? They're all the same. And was trying to figure out, maybe this AI has been trained on data from this game. And every time I would describe the game in as much detail as possible, obviously, the AI returns an answer, none of which actually gave my answer. It never said, you know what, I'm not sure, obviously. It is an autocomplete. And so it would confidently tell me that what I actually meant was Bomberman 64 or whatever, and I would say no, and we go back and forth. Again, I'm personifying it. Look, I'm just as bad as everyone else. The AI would generate some guesses, totally not follow, just to confabulate an answer, not because they actually matched, but because maybe they matched one thing, and it would confidently say in English, it would create this human-esque a series of words that would sound good, but it was meaningless, and that is.
I know why this is the case. It's because these are being created and pushed by corporations. If you've ever worked in a large corporation, you are well aware of how much fluff there is in all communication. No one is direct. No one says what they mean. Everything has to, it's just fluff. It's empty. And I know that works for most people. And for most people, they're like, oh, there's more stuff here. There's more word choice, diction. There's all these things. So this is good. But when you zoom out at a high level and you think about what was the goal of this communication, because, the point of a communication is to take the thought that you have and convey that to someone else. So when you zoom out and you ask, well, does this accomplish that goal? And is it the most effective communication for, what I'm trying to get across? Okay, all right, I'm over. We finished the video. I added time. So I spent over 50 minutes, my bad. Yeah, over 50 minutes on one video. I need to do better. We're going to finish this. I'm not going to say anything. It's only a minute left, so I'm going to finish it, and I'll just play back faster. Get it over with.
That is kind of AI. That's not to say it's not useful. It can be very useful, but people just need to remember what it is. It's nothing. It really is just a very complex case statement that you don't really understand everything that's going on, it's making the world kind of a boring.
I reject that characterization of AI. That no, it's not just like if statements or switch statements. It's not just like that. It is a function. There is no conditionals. There's no looping. There's none of that in AI. These are programming constructs. That doesn't exist here. This is, you train a model, a function. Think of it when you train a model. Think of f of x, right? Man, this is going to be tough because I forgot LaTeX. So maybe give me the function f. You know what? Give me the quadratic equation. You'll see. I'll try to say where I'm going. For what it's worth, I'm done with the video, so that's why I you can take a little bit of a divergence. Okay, so here is the quadratic equation. Give it to me as f of x. Perfect. This is why I wanted this to do it, because it can create the text crap. Okay, right? So look, this AI is effectively finding what these coefficients are right here. It's figuring out, well, what are the coefficients of A, B, and C such that I get the results close to my training data. And what I mean by that is, you're going to put in a bunch of inputs and what the outputs should be or what they shouldn't be, that type, or labels, whatever. You can do that. You give this list of inputs and outputs, and as it trains, it's going to figure out what coefficients are the ones that produce responses that are as close to alignment with the input training data. So AI is effectively a function finding process. It's not a program. It's literally finding the function. You're finding the definition of the function in a sense. Obviously, it's a little bit, you have a lot more control over how many terms there are in your function, but fundamentally it is a function finding process. Programs are not function finding processes. I'll move on. I'll move on. Let's go to the next video. Unless, before I go on to the next video, I don't want to just go on to the next video. What do y'all think about that? There are 5 people here. For what it's worth, given that there are 5 people here and 4 people on YouTube, it'll be helpful. You want to press the like button. That will help. But I would also like to know, more than you liking the video or the stream, what do you think about the hour that I just I know it's not focused, but what do you think about what he had to say, or what I'm saying about it? And while you think about things to say, I'm going to queue up this next video. 11. Okay, so Microsoft is laying off more people. Apparently.
All right, guys, we got time.
Wait, what?
So one of the
Sorry, give me a second. Apparently, they're saying that. Why?
So
what?
one of the most misunderstood.
Why is it? Am I
All right, guys,
dumb?
we got to talk about what's going on.
Why?
So
all right, I'm feeling stupid right now.
All right, guys, we got to talk about what's
This
going
is
on
the pause
Microsoft
button.
because we're seeing some of the
Okay. Man, the UI loading so slowly. Man, all right. Anyway, yeah. So Microsoft is claiming that 30% of their code is being written by AI, which may explain why 90% of their products are pure trash. Windows is trash. Office 365. Well, I don't know. Excel is part of Office. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that Office is trash, but it is trashy. It's trashy. I don't know if it's trash, but it's trashy. SharePoint, that bullshit. Pretty much anything from Microsoft. The only thing that Microsoft has that's good are the things that they acquired. But then after a while, they make those things shitty too. So fortunately, they haven't done it to GitHub yet. Let's hope that GitHub can remain where it is, but I doubt it.
layoffs. So right now, you're seeing programmers taking the brunt of the most recent Microsoft layoffs. I mean, if you want to pick a company who's doing mass layoffs right now, Microsoft is your boy. Okay, so AI is writing up to 30% of code. I remember when AI first came out, like ChatGPT, everyone was like, oh, you know what? The safest job are going to be the engineers, programmers, and the CS majors. But apparently right now, coders are the ones hit hardest among Microsoft's.
Oh, you know what? This goes along with what I was saying. Let me put my timer on before I forget. And I'm sure, do y'all notice my computer is lagging? Do y'all see that? Why is a $8,000 computer fucking lagging? A brand new one at that. It's not like this is some old ass computer. This thing, it should not be lagging. What the hell? What's going on? Oh man, I forgot what I was doing. That pissed me off. Speaking of trash, I got to edit a family video on Windows. Why do you have to do it on Windows?
% layoff recently. So,
although to be fair, I want to be fair. Like I don't want to get into this whole like, oh, just because Windows, like everything is trash. Windows is trash. The applications you're using in it, I mean, yeah, they run on Windows, but for the most part, you're not. I mean, you are, but not really. You're not really using Windows. You're using your application. So, I mean,
it's going to be really scary here. And over 40%.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. What I was saying earlier before I got distracted. Let me get my clock. So earlier I was saying how wait, how long is this video? Okay, we'll do 15 minutes for this. Earlier I was saying how it's often the experts who will go off claiming all these things, and oftentimes it's the experts who are always wrong. And the folks who are saying engineers are going to be safe were the so-called experts, or at least they thought of themselves as experts. And it's turning out that they were wrong. Well, here's the fun thing. If you read enough history, if you care enough about past events, you will find out that most of the time that is the case. It is always the experts who lead us down the road to hell. Just think about economics. You know, most of every economic meltdown has been led by an expert. That's all I got. I mean, there's, like I said, like that's fine. Although you could put Linux on it, you can get DaVinci Resolve that does run on Linux. So there is that option. You don't need to, and you don't even need to pay for it. It's free. All of it is free. I agree. People like us will end up making more money fixing problems or doing integrations for people ignorant to what AI actually entails. Honestly, I don't know if that's true from a employment perspective. I think that that's true if you decide to go your own path and you start to, build businesses around AI. But I think that artificial intelligence will introduce downward pricing, or I'm sorry, I'm saying pricing, but downward pressure on labor costs, meaning salaries will likely go down, or they can stay where they are, but the expectation for your output, for your productivity will be higher. So I guess if you normalize it and you say, how much profit, like your profit productivity ratio, right? Like I think that that's going to become higher.
We're in software engineering. Guys, what's going on here? This is some scary stuff because engineering traditionally, no matter which engineering you pick, has always been recession proof. If you're an engineer, you get to a big company, you're basically stuck with that company for years and years, which is a good thing. You're making money. But now, it just seems like things are headed towards Armageddon. And if you look into some of these coders, programmers, and CS majors, it's not looking good. And you know what? This isn't even like a Microsoft trend. Look at what's going on in Salesforce. They basically said they will stop hiring engineers this year in 2025 due to how powerful AI has become.
I'm actually surprised that Salesforce has engineers for how shitty Salesforce is. It's quite shitty software. What I expect is going to happen is the software will fall apart. Obviously, they're using AI to add new features, but oftentimes features don't make software better. It just makes it slower and more crappy.
This is scary. You got a multi-billion-dollar company, about like $300 billion, and then you got a multi-trillion-dollar company here at Microsoft, basically telling people, hey, we're no longer hiring, and goodbye to your job. Very scary stuff. And guys, this isn't the first Microsoft layoff, but this
honestly, AI seems like it's better suited to doing
all the coders,
the jobs of the executives. Like, why do we need CEOs and COOs at this point? I think that AI is much better suited for that. Those, in my opinion, are the folks that should be getting let go. They have the highest cost to the company. So it's like, yeah, you can lay off 2,000 people, or you can lay off this one person, but that's equal to 5,000 of your employees. If AI is something that they trust so much, why don't they trust it enough to let it lead their companies? Or is that just a quiet part out loud? I don't know. Maybe it is.
Was invincible, who thought their jobs cannot be destroyed, are now seeing it being destroyed. And this is from Microsoft, one of the biggest companies on earth. And if you look into Microsoft, they seem to have a really big history of layoffs recently. I mean, just last week, right? Microsoft laid off 3% workforce, about 6,000 employees. This is an enormous amount of people. In 2023, 10,000 people. In 2024, a few thousand here and there. So Microsoft layoffs just this year, I'm not even counting the other years.
It's like 25,000 total so far.
They laid off almost 11,000 people. These numbers are astronomical for one of the biggest tech companies in the world. And what really bothers me is now you got a bunch of people coming out saying they can't find any jobs. Well, it's because a lot of these big companies, even the mid-sized companies, have a decreasing headcount. And they're not hiring, they're freezing internships.
I gotta read this. So someone, please help me understand what I'm doing wrong. Have a bachelor's in cybersecurity. That doesn't mean shit. That's the first step. You think your degree matters. No one gives a shit. I have a CompTIA Security Plus certification. Again, that certification means jack shit. And I'm saying that as someone who has one. That certification don't mean shit. I got that certification when I was 16. I studied for the test for a week and I missed one question. It's not a hard test. It's basically, do you know the vocabulary of it? That's basically what it is. It's, to me, it's not actually a vocabulary test, but that's the level of like mental processing you need to get that certification is, do you know the definitions of words? That doesn't mean anything. What I am not saying here is I have a CISSP, which is, the Cisco, like for their routers, the security stuff for that, that's actually useful. I don't see the CISSE or any of the other ones that are actually hard to get, that are rare, that do require immense knowledge. And it's not just knowledge from like reading a book, it's knowledge from actually doing the stuff. It sounds like this is a junior oh yeah, it says it, my bad. I was about to say, it sounds like this is a junior person. No, okay. It literally says that in big ass bold print up here, my bad. I missed that part. Let's see here. I had IT internships for 2 months. I'm sorry, but like 8 weeks of doing an internship. Interns don't have any expectations or responsibilities. That don't mean shit. Like, I'm desperately seeking for any sort of IT job and I'm getting no response back at all. Yeah, that's normal. Although it's probably gotten a lot worse over the past 10 years. I have a great knowledge of the basics of IT. It's hard for me to accept claims that people make about themselves, especially when they're coming from someone who merely has an undergraduate degree and no experience. What this tells me, given that he's a new graduate, is that given that it is 2025, you don't really know shit about IT. That's what I get. It's like your idea of IT is the cloud. I don't know. Not to shit on them. Let's keep on. And a lot of knowledge of cybersecurity as well. Like, I've tried to match my resume in the ATS format as much as I can. First of all, there is no such thing as an ATS format. Every ATS is different and how they parse things are different. There is no format. And I'm saying this as someone who built an ATS. So I have a little bit of insight into these things. I understand the IT market is saturated, which yeah, it is. Also, the IT skills are not that hard to obtain. IT normally slots beneath things like engineering, right? So there's a caste system. It's like, IT has always been more saturated than engineering. So yeah, he's right. It is saturated. But I cannot understand how I have a pretty good resume going and not even interviews for the most entry-level IT positions paying less than McDonald's workers make. Well, IT jobs don't pay that much. Being real, most IT jobs don't pay that much. They don't pay as much as people think. Or maybe I should back up. 10, 15 years ago, they did pay a lot. You could easily make $80,000 mid-career as an IT professional. You fast forward to today, you can easily make $80,000 a year as an IT professional. so the salary didn't go down, but your purchasing power did, including mine, even mine as an engineer. Back in 2015 or 16, one of those years, I forget which year, my salary as an engineer was $188,000 a year, plus other things. Now, at my most recent job, I was only making $185,000 a year. And when you account for inflation, I was technically making less than I was making 3 years out of college, when I was making about 140 grand a year. So yeah, I mean, we're all feeling it. In fact, I did look at how much I would need to make in order to just match what I made in 2016. And that's $270,000 a year. So yeah, now that's what I'm looking for. Like, my salary range that I'm looking in is between $275,000 a year to $350,000 a year. And fortunately, you know, that seems to be most of the companies I've interviewed with, that seems to be fine. So I'm like, the whole working for it in the $100,000 range, because normally I was happy to do that because I can get the other stuff on equity. That's always how I got my stuff. I'm like, I can get the back end on equity. No more. I'm like, I will break that 300K barrier now, because the cost of living has increased so much to where, I mean, hell, my purchasing power would be not that much more than it was almost a decade ago, which is kind of sad in a way. Yeah, and this dude is, someone please help. I feel like such a failure after so much recent hard work. He, for one thing, he didn't say how long he's been applying for jobs. He also doesn't say how many he's applied to. I applied to hundreds of jobs a month during my senior year, starting in November. So November, December, January, February, March, I applied to hundreds of jobs every month, to the point to where every month I had tens of interviews. And by the time I was 2 or 3 months before graduation, I had a job locked down. So I'm curious, was he doing the same thing? Or did he do what a lot of people do, a lot of my classmates do, where they don't do jack shit and they're like, oh, I'm just going to wait until I graduate. They graduate thinking that their degree means something, and then turns out like, oh, I'm having trouble getting a job. It's like, well, shit, you had all this time to do it. Why? Like, that's your fault. Fortunately, most of the folks in my graduating class, most of us had jobs by the time we graduated. I think there was only 2 people who didn't. I graduated out of a class of 13, so that should give you an idea. So most of us, we were good.
Not really doing much. They don't really want to give people a lot of these jobs. So if you start looking into,
but yeah, that is bad. Like the fact that you can go work at McDonald's in California and you can make more than an IT professional. What that tells me is that society must value fry cooks more. So we'll see how that goes.
You know, a lot of these cuts are happening. Apple's doing the same thing. And in fact, earlier this year during Valentine's Day, around that area, you know, immediate dismissal for a few thousand Microsoft employees, no severance for underperforming staff, and this is scary. A lot of these big companies, from Meta to Microsoft to Google, have been using the underperforming.
Yeah, that's, man, they're scarlet lettering these people. And I know I only have a minute, but given that this is only a 5-minute video, I am going to go over. So let me go ahead and adjust my timer just a little bit. We'll put another 3 minutes on the clock. Try to get through this.
Word for a lot of their staff members and workers to fire them. In fact, many employees are now being fired recently with no severance, and the excuse is you're not performing well. How do you even measure if an employee is not performing well? Many employees said they got fired despite just doing the things they were asked. What in the world is going on with this job market? Let me tell you guys, this job market is cooked. When you have 2 enormous companies basically firing and stopping hiring of engineers due to AI, that just shows you how dire the situation is.
No, what this is showing me is that these companies won't exist in 10 years. They're doing what a lot of companies in a capitalistic society will do. they are focusing on short-term gains. And it's going to come at the expense of their long-term prosperity. Because there will be an upstart that comes in and starts to compete with them and take their lunch. And engineers don't forget things. It's like, you know, once we realize that you're not a great engineering organization, engineers don't want to work there. Not doing anything interesting. Let's be real. Salesforce is a fucking CRM. Who the hell wants to work on a CRM? If you're an engineer at Salesforce, I understand that you may say, I'm doing this because I'm passionate. No, bullshit. You're doing it because they're paying you $200K a year. They weren't paying you $200K a year to work on some bullshit ass. It is really bullshit. I'm sorry that your software sucks, but like, no one is lining up to go work at Salesforce because they make a great product. It's because they pay in the top 80th, 90th percentile of the market. I'm just be real. I think we're getting to a point in our society where we need more people who are just going to keep it real. Where it's like, no, most of us don't want to work for your shitty companies. No, like some companies are great, but most are not. It's just like with people. No, some people are great, most people are not. Some teams are great, most are not. That's just the way the life is. Some things are great, most things are not. Salesforce is not one of those things that are great.
Just the fact that we could be seeing a recession this year doesn't give me much confidence in this market. Now, one of the biggest things with this market is Steve Cohen, one of the best day traders on Wall Street, multi-billionaire, says stocks could be retesting their April lows, sees a 45% chance of a recession. Well, guess what? 60% of American CEOs think there is a recession. So when you have 60% of American CEOs thinking there's a recession, and then you have some of the biggest billionaires saying there's a recession, things are getting a little bit scary. And it's a combination of very high interest rates. Feds refuse to lower interest rates. Number two, inflation is very high. Number three, a trade war. Even though the trade war has a 90-day pause, it's only really a 90-day pause. And things are about to get really spicy in the job market as some of the biggest companies on earth have basically stopped hiring. Guys, I don't know how much information or knowledge you got about this situation, but let me tell you, this is one of the first times when a massive company like worth over $100 billion have started firing some of the most talented people in the CS area, like computer science. You know, I have never seen people being laid off in the software engineering department when you have thousands of people being fired from these high-end departments. Like,
he must be younger than me. I'm not that old, but like I might be older than him. If he's like, I've never seen this. It happened. It happened before I went to college. That's why I only had 13 people in my graduating class. Computer science, when I went to college, was not a popular major. Why? Well, it was just after the dot-com bust. So it was after, you know, like tech just completely fell apart and no one wanted to get into the field. So CS, and this wasn't just at my school, this was around the nation. CS was not a popular major like it is today. It was really only the people, the nerds, the geeks, the people who were actually into computers. Those were the people who were actually getting into the field back then. It wasn't people who were like, oh, money. It was just like, I like computers. I'm good with computers. A lot of my friends, they loved video games. They wanted to make games. It was that. I think the current crop of students who are going into college and majoring in CS, I don't think they're going for the right reason, but you know, who am I to judge? I think they're going because the role now has a much higher status than it used to have. Engineering, like software engineers, it wasn't a high status job for a long time. That's recent. When tech salary started to go up, because I'm gonna be real, yes, anyone can code. That is true. But just take what I was saying earlier, how I was like, some people are great and some people are not. Turns out that when you're in a very hard, challenging field where you're wrangling a lot of complexity and you're having to, you know, leverage multiple skill sets to get things done in a team environment, turns out very few of those types of people exist. And because of that, and you want them on your team, you basically have to incentivize them to come over to your team. And money is the best incentivizer. Maybe it's not the best, but it's I'm gonna call it the best for now. It's the best incentivizer. So salaries went up, And you know, on the news, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, these engineers, they're making 120K out of like, a year out of school and all this other crap." For what it's worth, I didn't make 120K a year after school. My first job was $68,000, which to be fair was, I mean, it's top, close to the top of graduates, but it wasn't a lot. So that 120K a year didn't really start to happen until like 5 years into my career, and I was only in certain cities. And it got all this national appeal. So I guess parents, they want the best for their kids. They're like, "Oh, you should go into this. It's a good field. You can make a lot of money." Not realizing, and this is where I'm like, man, people are really just stupid. Where it's just like, you do realize that if everyone goes and does it, it is no longer valuable. I mean, it's still valuable, but you know what I mean, right? Where it's like the value that software engineers provide is fundamentally the same. It may grow or shrink here and there, but it's fundamentally the same. So if the total value, and I'm just going to make up a number, is $5 trillion, and we go from, let's say, 100,000 engineers to 700,000 engineers, well, there's still that the value that they're creating is the same amount. It's just now they have to share it amongst themselves, which pushes cost. The cost is the same, but it produces it reduces salary. It puts what's the word? Pricing pressure down on salary.
These programmers, these coders, these software engineers, it just shows you.
Oh, Cruz is asking what's good with Microsoft. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Microsoft. So I don't know. I'm the worst person to ask.
Technical jobs are being replaced, and we're only like a few years into like generative AI, and already 30% of Microsoft's code is being written up by AI. Guys, what's going to happen in the next 10 years? Maybe everyone.
I know what's going to happen in the next 10 years. We are going to find out very quickly that this stuff doesn't truly work, and something's going to happen, and they're going to need people to come in and try to figure out what's going on. But no one's going to be able to figure out what's going on because, well, hell, like it's AI has done it, and AI for the most part is a black box. So maybe this is an expert opinion, so that may mean that it's wrong. I think that in the future, engineering salaries will increase. Not for everyone. I want to be clear. I think that just like our economy, where we experience this K-shaped recovery, where the haves, we just got more shit, and the have-nots, they have less shit, right? So there is a bifurcation in our economy where, depending on what social class you're in, your experience with the current market is vastly different than from one another. So I think that engineering salaries will increase over the next 5 to 10 years. I think we just have to, come to that wake up moment. I don't think we're here yet. But there are a lot of security risks that are happening right now. Like, we're just accepting these things. So I think something bad is going to happen. Now, whether or not, these like a company, when something bad happens, if they're shielded from accountability, we're going to see. But I think something's going to happen, and it's going to cause insane social pressure on these companies, and maybe on the leaders of these companies. And when I say insane social pressure, I mean the type of insane social pressure that resulted in someone like Luigi going to New York and popping off a CEO. I would love to see if the AI can save them from that. That would be interesting.
Who knows? So thanks for watching, guys. Comment below. What do you guys think?
All right, cool. Good video. Oh wait, did I share this video? I forgot to share the video.
Microsoft, because we're seeing some of the fattest.
I gotta also like it.
Right now, you're seeing programmers taking the brunt of the most recent Microsoft layoffs. I mean, if you want to pick a company.
So this is Market Gains. He makes some dope videos, I think. So go check him out. Subscribe to him. I'm subscribed to him, I think. Oh, I'm not. I'm subscribed to him. Now I am.
So,
all right, guys, we got time. All right, guys, we got.
Why? Wait, what the hell?
All right, guys, we got to talk about what's going on at Microsoft, because we're seeing some of the fattest layoffs. So right now, you're seeing.
My computer is lagging. It's really annoying. I don't know why it's lagging. Okay. We're not gonna watch this one yet. What I want to watch now is Rise of the Beta. Why men today are so feminine. And before I do that, I had to let me find this out. Let me do this. Cat block Tatum. Some of you may know what I'm getting at. Oh man, you know what? I think I had to, let me find, I had to get it on Instagram. Give me a second. Who did I send that to? I sent it to, Corey. Yeah, there we go. It's really funny, to me at least. No, get away from me.
I'll play D, boys. Let me guard him. I'm about to swat your shit, Daddy. Hold on. Oh my God. I can't do him dirty like that. We're supposed to support and uplift our beautiful black kings, not destroy them. Good bucket, Tay-Tay. Go get you one, boo. It's giving slay up.
Jason Tatum gets the wide open layup to go.
Up.
Why the hell didn't you play defense, Cat? It's the playoffs. We need to win this game. It's important.
Because I could never block my girly pop bestie. Period.
Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh man. Oh my gosh. All right. I'm sorry. That title, I have a weird, my mind's weird, bro. Like, I don't know why this title just reminded me of that video. Anyway,
I'm familiar with the premise, and I find
this is
Dr. Orion.
Yeah, Dr. Orion. This dude, I love this dude. His growth has been meteoric. I think he's only been doing this for like 2 or 3 years. He's already at 841K subscribers. He's insane. I love his work ethic. He's one day I will get my shit together and I will actually start to produce okay content. Right now it's trash, but I'm gonna upgrade to okay, and then maybe a year after that it'll maybe be good, and maybe, I don't know, maybe by the time I'm 40 I'll make one good, like one video where I'm proud of, and it'll become like my photography where I actually start to care about it. Right now it's not. I only care about photography. All right, anyway, we're gonna watch this video. It's called Rise of the Beta. I don't actually know much about what it's called. It was playing and I was like, all right, I'll watch it on stream.
And TerrorBand, and this is PsychHacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is Rise of the Beta. So folks online talk a lot about high-value men, alpha men, who can compete successfully both in life and in the sexual marketplace. We know that, all things being equal, women tend to mate and date hypergamously. That is, they tend to mate and date up status hierarchies. By the same token, we know how difficult it is to ascend those same hierarchies, which implies that those at the top must be more competent, more diligent, more intelligent, more ruthless, etc., than those at the bottom. However, all this kind of begs a question. Namely, if alpha men are supposed to be at the top of social status hierarchies, then why is it that so many of our corporate leaders and cultural icons and elected politicians are such weak fucking dorks? Like, why don't we see alpha chads running
He
the world?
said that with his chest.
While we've seen a shift toward traditional masculinity as a positive in the most recent election cycle, why is it that so many leaders around the world seem to be beta males?
Like
that
I've
shouldn't
noticed
be
that.
possible.
I have noticed that. For whatever reason, we have a pussy epidemic in our country. And I can't say around the world, but I can say in our country, we have a lot of pussies. Straight up. We have a lot of bitch ass men who are too afraid to say what's on their mind, they're pussies.
Right? In fact, on the surface, it seems to be a flaw in our model. Shouldn't the guys at the top, no matter how they present themselves, be the alphas by definition? What is going on?
No.
It's a very interesting question. In today's episode, I'm going to offer a possible explanation for this phenomenon. To begin with, it's important to understand that the current situation is not the end state. This is not how things are supposed to look at the end of the game. What we're currently experiencing is an intermediary stage in a social movement that may or may not reach its conclusion depending on current and future events.
I think the social movement is the one that started 50 years ago that aimed to destroy the system that got us to where we are. So maybe that's why it's like, this is not the end goal, this is a progression. And that's, for what it's worth, when I started to stream, I started out talking about a writing project I've been working on for a while. And these are the types of topics that I'm exploring. So yeah, I might be a little bit more quiet in this one because I may reference him, maybe, we'll see.
Beta males in positions of power is not the desired end goal. It is merely a necessary step in the direction of that goal. The best analogy I've been able to come up with to explain what is going on comes from the TV show Survivor. Now, I'm not a Survivor superfan, but I'm familiar with the premise, and I find the program absolutely fascinating from a social psychology perspective. Winning the game depends on correctly adapting a fluctuating system of strategies in a constantly changing social milieu.
Why can't I say that? I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying, why can't I say that? Is Kanye West going to do anything to me? Could he do anything to me? And when I say could he, I mean, could he personally do anything to me? Or would he have to use his money to get better men to do something to me? Because he can't. I've seen Kanye West in person, up close, in Houston at what's that place? I don't know. I saw him at the Rockets game. All right. The dude is like 5'-1". It's like 4 feet tall. He is tiny. You can't tell, but I'm not tiny. He seems like he seems like an artsy kid. No, he's not a kid. Obviously, he's a grown ass man. He's older than me, but he don't seem like he was, like he's that type of person where he's gonna be able to actually do anything. What the hell is he gonna do? So if I were to call him that, what would he do? And the reason why I asked you that question is if he would do nothing, then maybe that's just, confirming what I'm saying.
It's not enough to be the smartest or the strongest or even the most well-liked. It's realpolitik with real people. They've produced nearly 50 seasons of the show already, so even if you've never seen it, you're likely familiar with the premise. In any case, in one of its nearly 50 seasons, Survivor conducted a gender-based experiment and pitted men against women. Though the team started out in equal numbers, only women made it to the end game. All the men had been eliminated. And this outcome is particularly surprising given how the game began. At the beginning of the competition, when the men and women were segregated, the women didn't win a single contest. Actually, no, it's not fair to say they didn't win. They didn't even come close to winning. It was a bloodbath. The men were destroying the women on every single challenge the game presented. We can watch this, by the
way, if y'all want.
Not only that, but the villages, like the way the two teams were living, were completely different.
Yeah, it was insane. It was insane. Oh my gosh. If you've ever been to like a lot of, maybe it's just the ones that I've been to, but a lot of females, like their houses are dirty, bro. Like just disheveled, unorganized, just dirty. Like what the hell? And that's what their camp looked like. It was just a disarray. It's like nothing functional. Just living like in the slums. It was crazy. It was actually insane. Maybe we'll find that for real.
A cooperative system.
Before I forget, because I am going to forget, let me put my timer on so I don't talk myself to death. And I keep closing this goddamn timer. Why do I keep doing that? All right, this is a 17-minute video. I'm just going to say 35 minutes. I think I can get through this video in 35 minutes.
Constructed shelters, marshaled fire, and were eating game. They were living fairly comfortably, given the rather primitive environment they found themselves in. On the other hand, the women were basically huddling under rocks, wet and cold. They didn't have the skills or the systems.
No, that's not true. He's lying. They weren't huddling under the rocks. They were huddling under the trees. Those palm trees. They were all huddled under the trees. It's raining, and they're just, it was funny.
Construct even a tenth of the men's infrastructure. And of course, the better the relative conditions, the easier it was for the men to maintain their competitive advantage. So given all this, how did the men go from being absolutely dominant to being voted out of the game? How did the women pull off this coup? It's an interesting question. Pause the episode now and see if you can figure it out.
All right, any takers? Who wants to guess? And if you've already watched it, don't say it. Don't say it. But who wants to take a guess? Actually, I know. I'm gonna just keep going. I know nobody's gonna guess.
All right. So this is basically how it went down. It soon became obvious to the women that they were not going to be able to win in a head-to-head competition against the men. And every time the women lost, another one of their numbers was voted out of the game. They understood that their days were numbered and that they would have to try to undermine the men in some other way. So what the women did was sow dissension among the men. The women observed that as powerful and skillful as the men were, this power and skill was not distributed evenly across the group. A pecking order had organically emerged, and the most competent and accomplished had risen to the top. These men, whom we could call the alphas, were responsible for a disproportionate majority of the team's success. Now, awareness of this fact was not lost on the men. However, it didn't really seem to bother any of them. They were teammates and aligned toward a common goal. It was okay that some men were higher status than others because there was still a place for every man in the economy of that society. It was kind of like a high-functioning sports team. The whole team could acknowledge their best players as their captains and yet not impede their ability to work together successfully. In fact, this kind of hierarchy probably makes a team's success more likely, as the team has functionally endowed certain individuals with executive functioning, which can expedite decision-making and cooperation. That said, the women were able to create dissension in the ranks by sowing doubt among the lower status men. They found some pretext or other to corner the lower status men and basically said, look, we get it. You won. We're screwed, and our time here is limited. We're not going to win. But before you start celebrating, you've got to consider, as soon as we're gone, who do you think is going to be next? Huh? Do you think you're going to beat out those alphas? As soon as we're gone, you're next on the chopping block. We can't beat those guys, but let's be honest, neither can you. So let's form an alliance against the alphas for our own mutual self-preservation. Now, on some level, this was a rational argument. However, the women also spiced this offer with a couple of emotional tidbits. First, they played on the beta male's pity by damseling. They made an uncommon show of their misery and helplessness in order to...
That's one of the most common story tropes in literature. The damsel in distress. There has to be a reason why.
A helping response from these men, which they eventually succeeded in doing. Before too long, these betas were sharing food and fire with the women, their competition. So by plucking on male heartstrings, the women were able to create a fifth column inside of the men's village in order to secure...
It's free. I don't know, man, this is bad.
Instrumental support.
It's taken forever. All right. What's going on? I didn't mean trope. I'm sorry. I meant archetype.
Something that the alphas would be less likely to do. Second, the women lightly flirted with the betas and suggested the possibility of relationship further down the road. Like once the alphas had been removed, the women indicated that they would be able to move into the village to take their place. And wouldn't that be more pleasant company than a bunch of sweaty dudes? So through a combination of fear, pity, and desire, the women were able to persuade a group of lower status males to betray their higher status teammates, initially through clandestine sabotage and bad faith, and eventually through open revolt. However, by this time, the women and the betas together comprised a majority bloc, which was able to get rid of the threatening higher status men. And once all the alphas were gone, guess what happened? The remaining women broke their alliance with the betas and voted every single one of them out of the game. After all, they were no longer useful. So the outcome the betas feared, the outcome that motivated them to betray their team.
You know what? There's this concept called the useful idiot. Let me find, I forgot the name. He's the guy from the USSR. Let me see. Let me find it right quick. I have it on my phone because I was just talking to someone else about this. What's his name? Oh man, gosh, what's his name? Ex-KGB agent. He's really
was
famous.
Precisely the outcome that came to pass as a result of their...
Why is it? Why is this so slow? What the hell is going on with my computer? Remote management framework. The hell is this test? Is that something that's, I know it's not big, but like, I don't know what that is. This test that's running. I wonder if it's like one of my old programs that's just here doing shit. Causing my computer to go slow. You know what? I think it could be that LM Studio may have accidentally, I may have done something and didn't actually do something. So let me pull that up. Oh, by the way, you'll like this, Cruz. I don't know if you remember when I was working on my stream title generator, and I said like I'll give it something, and then it should just give me a title. So, the ego of Jesus of love letter to lost genius. Person, I should use this soon. I'm not gonna use it right now. All right, let's keep going. My bad. I'm trying to figure out why my computer is lagging. It's really laggy. It's hard for me to focus. That's how laggy it is. It's pissing me off right now.
Trail. And that's how the women were able to beat out the men and win the game. They could not succeed in direct competition. They were only able to survive by turning the lower status men against the higher status men through the manipulation of fear, pity, and desire. Pretty clever, huh? If you're interested...
So it is clever, but here's the lack of foresight. Life is not a competition between humans. It's a competition between everyone, every other thing in nature. So yeah, in a game that's created by men where you're still within their realm of protection where you can, yeah, sure. But let's say we take this to, real life and you get rid of all of those men. Well, that means that the rest of nature is now able to outcompete you. Because, for whatever reason, I guess a lot of people seem to think that nature doesn't exist and that these built environments that we live in are built by them and not the men who they hate. Anyway, let's keep on.
This is my best explanation as to why there are so many beta males in positions of power and authority today. It's a stage in the process. For the last few decades, we've collectively been voting the alpha males out. And this has really only been possible because women have been able to forge an alliance with lower status men.
That is true.
And like the TV show, this has largely been done through the manipulation of emotion, especially through the concepts of maleness and masculinity. Across the same timeline, all of the traits associated with traditional masculinity, the toughness, the strength, the stoicism, etc., have been rebranded as toxic. Impressionable young people, who are typically still sorting out who they are and who rely heavily on external approval to navigate this process, have been raised with a notion of what makes a man good that has almost entirely been constructed by women. You can see this most clearly in the shaming language that women employ. A real man is always defined via his relationship with women.
Wait, what? So this is where I just don't get it. But maybe there's people here who do. What man gives a shit what a woman thinks a real man is? I'm just for real. How would they know? That's like asking a child what is an adult, like what a real adult is. They've never had or even been expected to have responsibilities like that. So how would they know? As far as I know, there are zero, nada expectations placed on them. if you have no expectations placed on you, that means that you're not really accountable for anything. And if you're not accountable for anything, that necessarily means that you are responsible for nothing. So why would a man give a shit about what someone who is responsible for nothing thinks? It's something that I've never really understood. I'm mostly quiet about it, but it's just like, fuck you saying dumb. Like that's how I write them off as idiots. I'm just like, fucking dumb. But like, there are people who actually give a shit about what women think a man is. Who gives a fuck what they think about what a man is or anything, really? It's true, because if you think of single moms raising kids, you realize what? Think about Julia Fox. I don't know who Julia Fox is. Kanye's ex. I'm not sure. Raising her boy to be a girl. Well, see, that's the thing, is that's impossible. I'm sorry. I haven't accepted this new speak that modern times has given us. You can't raise a boy to be a girl or a girl to be a boy, because being is embodied. So what you raise, it doesn't matter. Like, the person's born a girl or a boy. You're raising an individual. Like, they're going to be that because that's what they are. Like, you're not really raising them to be that. Now, I guess in their distorted mindset where they think that they are above nature, yes, in their mind, they're like, I'm raising them to be this and that. But in reality, it's like, they're not, because no one else has to accept their delusion. I don't have to accept their delusion. I don't have to play into their delusion. I don't have to play into their worldview or accept their worldview. It's like, as a man, like, who the fuck, like, what are they going to do to me? Just being just real. Like, let's just be real. Like, they have no way to compel me to do anything. But remember, I'm toxic, right? So, like, of course, right? That's why they want you to not be toxic, so they can compel you to do things that are against your best interest. But not all of us fell for that bullshit. I saw through it when I was a kid. I'm just like, fucking dumb.
Never to himself.
How many parents go with the toxic
and this,
masculinity
in turn,
bullshit?
has created generations.
It's not just parents. It's not just parents. It's a lot of people. It's even men. Most of them are like what he's talking about. He's talking the rise of the beta. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. Maybe beta men have bitch ass kids. And in the future, these bitch ass kids are going to have a terrible life. And hopefully they grow some, because that's the only way they'll survive. And if they do survive, it'll be bad for all of us in the long run, because eventually they will come into power, because that's just how it works. Every generation dies. So that implies that once the current generation that's in power and control, once they die, it's the next generation's turn. Right now we have the Gen Xers that are, Gen Xers and the boomers, they're in power. But we're starting to see the first crops of millennials start to get into power. So it's going to be our turn in the next decade or so, and it will probably be us for the next 30 to 40, 50 years. And then after us, it's going to be the generation after us, which I think is Gen Z. And then there's going to be Gen Alpha, which is, that's going to be a while. But by the time Gen Alpha rolls along, it's going to be weird. I won't be here, though. I'll be dead.
Misguided men who have gotten this way by trying to rise to the conception of manhood that has been formulated by women. And it is likely that this conception that women, and let me ask you a question. Is it likely that this conception that women have created is exclusively or even primarily in the best interests of the men involved? Just put the shoe on the other foot. Ask women whether they believe that traditional models of femininity, which were largely defined by men, exclusively or even primarily serve the best interests of women. How do you think they would respond? But we're to believe that women are so altruistically blind to self that the definitions of masculinity and of ideal male behavior that they promote have nothing to do with their own.
I understand why you would say that, but here's the logic that maybe you're not seeing. The alpha beta BS, like the words that it's leader and follower. Most men are not leaders. So by you saying that I think most men are not betas is equivalent to saying that most men are not followers. See? And if you're going to say that most men are not followers, then I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of history that shows the exact opposite. So you're going to have to come with some type of, you know, alternate facts that we can go and look at, you know, and a lot of them that can contend with the preponderance of evidence that no, most men are in fact followers and not leaders. And we see that played out in every society on earth. We also see that played out in most communities and most organizations. There are generally a few leaders, everyone else follows. Including in instances where there is no, like, there's multiple types of like leadership, right? There's or power. There's people will follow you because you are competent. People will follow you because they respect you. People will follow you because they fear what happens if you don't. There are all these reasons. And what I've found is that in environments where there is where basically anarchy, where there is no hierarchy, hierarchies naturally form. I've noticed this even in my own life as a kid, where, you know, we get put into these group projects or environments or whatever, and naturally a leader emerges. Now, if most men are leaders, then why the fuck was it me leading all of my team projects for most of my life? Just curious. Like, if most men are leaders, why the hell was I doing it all? It's not like I asked to be. It's like a lot of times it's just like nobody else does shit. No one else can make a goddamn decision. No one else wants to work. No one else, it's just like they're just looking for someone else to do anything. So I don't know. I completely reject what you just said, bro. It sounds very naive, but you know, we live and we learn. You know, over time, maybe you'll see that's not the case. So maybe I'll be proven wrong in my life when things suddenly change. But so far, nah. I think you're completely wrong on that one.
Agendas? In any case, women have succeeded in seducing a subset of men into betraying their brothers. That is, to align with their conceptualization that traditional masculinity, against which they might not be able to successfully compete, is toxic and misogynistic, in exchange for female approval.
Oh, wait. I'm not even done with the other thought. I'm still on that. What you're seeing this guy, O'Brien, do, and pretty much any creator on YouTube, is a trait of someone who has leadership capability. To be a leader, you have to put yourself out there in front of others for the judgment. Like, you have to be in front for others to be able to judge you and have their opinions on you. That's one of the things that comes with leadership. Most people aren't doing YouTube. And that's not just YouTube. Putting any ideas into the marketplace of ideas, like writing blogs or writing books or articles, whatever. Most people don't do that. In fact, most people are consumers of information, which implies that they're not leading shit. They're following. Anyway, I'm off that. Let's go on, because I have a time limit.
Deeply instilled in so many men that in many cases, it is indistinguishable from their own self-worth. This alignment not only produces fewer alpha males with each subsequent generation, but it also creates a powerful voting bloc capable of removing the remaining alphas from positions of authority using ideologically backed policy initiatives as well. And why is this occurring? Because, just like on Survivor, the modern woman is in competition with the modern man. Gone are the days of complementarity in which men and women functionally moved in separate orbits. The modern woman is in her masculine, and she has chosen, or has been forced, or has been incentivized, depending on your perspective, to enter into historically male social domains and carve out a space there. They want money and power and status and recognition. And to get those things...
Was he quoting Jordan Peterson? Not Jordan Peterson, Jordan Peele. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm going to go and take a picture. No, pause. I'm going to go into my bathroom and I'm going to take a picture of something. I'll be right back. Actually, yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, put the be right back sign on. All right. I had like 14 minutes, so I felt comfortable going and doing this. So let me pull up photos right quick. And I will show you the piece of art that hangs right above my toilet. So in the morning, I'm taking my piss. I'm reminded of it every day. So here, let me. Oh, okay. I'm not sharing my screen yet. Okay. I'm like, wait, what's going on? Why is this picture not transferred over to this yet? To photos. All right, let me airdrop it then.
Beat out the
Open. Okay. Why is it opening up Photoshop? Gosh, why is this computer so slow? Oh my gosh. It's pissing me off. All right, this is the piece of art that hangs right above my toilet. Here, I'll zoom in for you. Oh, wait, I don't know how to zoom in on this goddamn. I don't use Photoshop. Let me quit this. I can't. Okay, I don't even know how to quit Photoshop. Oh my gosh. I'm getting beach balls right now. I think I might need to restart my machine. Something's going on. And I did it again. Okay. All right, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep it here. Oh, okay. So pinch to zoom, that's working. There you go. Yo, what's up, Marshall? How you doing? So one original thought is worth 1,000 mindless quotings. Diogenes. Or Diogenes. My mic is cutting out. Is it? Cruz. My mic cutting out for you too? I wonder if what you're experiencing is if you do hear like a slight click or pop, that's just my what do you call that thing? Man, I'm blanking out on words again. Oh shit, what's the name of that thing? A gate. It could be my noise gate. Okay. All right. Well, Cruz is saying that's good. Maybe it's on your end, Marshall. Maybe it's on your end. All right. Anyway, let me close this. I just wanted to show one of the things. So yes, I have different things just hanging around my house on the walls. It's a good one. Chris, for you. All right. Cool. So I'm going to assume that things are okay. If anyone else is having issues with my audio, just let me know. I'll attempt to figure out what's going on. But honestly, my live stream setup has been very stable ever since I transferred over to the M1 Studio. Not just this one, but the M1 Studio or the Mac Studio from the past, M1. This is the M3, and my setup is solid now. I haven't had any issues. So I would be surprised if my audio is jacked up all of a sudden. I would probably just have to restart my computer because it's probably something that I can't fix. All right, I have 9 minutes, so let's keep going.
Men who also want those things. The issue is that, just like on Survivor, the alpha males are extremely difficult to beat in direct competition. Like even the other men couldn't beat them. So these men have to be removed from the game if women have a chance of occupying the highest positions of power and authority. And the play for the last several decades has been to make all the traits and attributes associated with these alpha men morally reprehensible. Morally reprehensible. This has been done by controlling the narrative of what makes for a real man or a good man, and increasingly through moralization masked as medicalized language. Only the most strong-willed...
I love this. He said medicalized language. You know what? I'm going to read an excerpt. I'm not going to actually go in. I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to read an excerpt from. Wait, am I going to do? Yeah, I am going to do. I'm like, where is it at? From one of my blogs that I posted. Let me find it. Projects. Here we are. It's just the cost of silence. Okay, so here's an excerpt. It's kind of chosen at random because it'll take me too long to read through this. So it's easy to write off silence as a personal choice. But when enough women vanish at the moment they're most needed, when they ghost the men who love them, especially the ones they said they cared. Especially the ones they said they cared about, it stops being personal. It becomes cultural. There's a pattern here. The withdrawal isn't just emotional, it's moral. A refusal to account for damage done, cloaked as self-preservation or boundaries. Psychology gives it names. The world gives it sympathy, but men like me are left holding consequences no one else sees fit to name. So it's just the medicalized language, and I'll get into that. Obviously, this is maybe it's not obvious for those of you who are just now joining, but earlier I was talking about some of the things, my project, and it's basically a strong critique and rebuke of modern day feminism, along with psychology, along with like a lot of this, I don't know, like this individualistic, extreme over individualistic culture. I'm not saying that individualism is bad, but I think too much of it is bad. Just like collectivism on its own inherently isn't bad, but I think that too much is bad. I think that, like with everything, there needs to be a balance. Anyway, this is something that I'm digging into. And let me go into I have some notes that I have, if I can find it. Wait, shit, it's not here. Did I delete it? Damn. Okay, I don't have it. Anyway, here's another excerpt. It's just a paragraph. It's small, 3 sentences, 4 sentences. Maybe that's what feminism has become. I'm not going to read the before that. Not a call for equality, but a license to abandon, without guilt, without accountability. Because if destruction is framed as growth, then any departure can be noble, even the kind that leaves a man hollow and forgotten. And here's another expert. These aren't in any order. I'm kind of just going, because, I'm sorry. What's that bravery? It's a question just before. It's a sentence paragraph. It's just, what's that bravery? Because that word gets thrown around a lot these days. Women are called brave for burning down the homes they helped build, if they did that. For walking away from men who protected and provided for them. For choosing healing over responsibility, and healing is in quotes for me. But if bravery means abandoning someone who would have died for you, what word do we have left for actual courage? So there's some themes here that I'm exploring, and over time maybe I'll get into some of these themes.
and disagreeable of men are able to resist this, especially if it is fed to them from the time they are young boys, as yet incapable of critical thought. In their zeal to prove that they are not like the other guys and to secure a female approval that has become indistinguishable from their own self-worth, women and lower status men have teamed up to rid the world of alpha males and all they represent. And that is where we find ourselves today. The process has begun, but it hasn't yet been completed. Whether or not the intended outcome is attained largely depends on whether or not these lower status men wake up. Play the tape forward, guys. Once all the alphas are out, what's going to happen next? Those betas are going to be the next to go. It's just like on the show. These men are only useful to women until the alphas are eliminated. Women can and do outcompete beta males all the time.
They do.
They are not an obstacle to their victory. These men will have served their purpose. And like the nice guy providers that end up divorced when their wives no longer need anything from them, they will be summarily dismissed once they have outlived their usefulness. Make no mistake, women are in direct competition with men. And if you can't win through direct confrontation, then you have to resort to guerrilla tactics. That is reasonable. After all, all's fair in love and war. Now, whether women will actually be better off if they're the ones occupying the positions of power and authority is an open question. As you'll recall on Survivor, their village wasn't functioning particularly well, and I don't think it ever did. Even after they moved into the vacancies created by the eliminated alphas, they lacked the skills and the systems to maintain the community they had inherited. However, this was kind of a moot point as the game ended once they had won. They had no reason to think past the point of securing the highest position. On the other hand, this is not how the real world works. The game does not end once someone is invested with power and authority.
This is exactly what I was just saying earlier, where I was just like, let's say they eventually get to where they want to be. It's like, have they thought about what happens after that, where now they're competing with the rest of nature? It's like all these things that you live in wasn't built by you, but it's like, if you ain't built it, you're not maintaining it, you don't even have the skill set. It's like, what are y'all thinking? You have to be an idiot. We have a lot of those. We call them useful idiots. It's a term. You can go and Google that one. Useful idiots.
In point of fact, it only just begins. And in my opinion, it's in everyone's, men and women's, everyone's best interests if the most competent and capable people, whoever they turn out to be, are the ones running the show.
Agreed.
When this occurs, things tend to work. And there tends to be a place for everyone. It's not a perfect system. Nothing is. But it certainly beats the alternatives. What do you think? Does this fit with your own experience? Let me know in the comments below. And please send this episode to someone who you think might benefit from its message, as it is word of mouth referrals like this that really help to make the channel grow. Anyone looking to join my free weekly newsletter, in which I write original content, or to book a paid consultation one-on-one with me, can do so on my website. There's also my book, The Value of Others, and my member community, The Captain's Quarters. The links to everything are in the description below.
I just wanted to make sure that
I find the program absolutely fascinating from a social psychology perspective.
Why is this so
Winning
slow?
the game depends on correctly adapting.
It's so slow. Anyway. Oh yeah, we're gonna add this to the thing too. Let's add this to watch later. Oh, and this too. 20,000 Google employees. God dang. All right, let's add that to the watch later. Women, I don't give a shit. A-type, no fucks. Papa, no fuck. Trump threatens Walmart over tariff price. I don't care. Women don't care. Don't wait. Biggest fear at the age of 39. I don't care. I'm sorry. Ghetto culture. Yes, we're gonna watch that. Save later. Okay. All right. Let's go back to my playlist of watch laters. And
the ghetto culture is no longer the quote.
Wait, what just happened? Why did that not go to the actual?
The ghetto culture is no longer the quote unquote subculture. It's not the alternative culture. It's not.
I hate that. I have to click on a certain thing to get to here. Okay. What are we gonna watch next? We could do. Apparently, there's the U.S. Navy. They're doing stuff. I don't know if this is the case, but I do like Cash Jordan. So we can watch this, or we can look at some ratchetry. Yeah, let's look at some ratchetry for now. It's a good switch up. I wonder if this is a Spirit airline customer.
24, the Broward County Sheriff's Office was called to the scene at the airport for reports of a potential incident occurring.
Before we even get there, we need to make bets, okay? This is either Southwest Airlines, Spirit, or Frontier. Put it in the chat. What do y'all think this is? What airline do you think this is about to take place? Oh, never mind. It literally says it. Never mind. Sorry. Never mind. I did not read the title. I'm done. Let's move on. Before I move on, let me put this timer on. We got 11. Okay, let's put 25 minutes on the clock.
Shows the body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
Hi.
It's going to be about a few minutes.
Sweetie, what do you got? They called me for Alpha One.
We can go. Maybe go. Maybe it was maybe it was ops. Maybe it was ops.
All right.
What? Right there. Right here. Just, bunch of fake hair and yarn in their hair. It's embarrassing.
A bunch of young ladies on the side here. They're pre-board, and I told them, you can't take them down. She's using obscene language. She's still cursing back and forth, and then she's gonna write an email. She take pictures. So you need to talk to the one.
Are they flying?
Yeah.
Are they still flying?
The one in the gray shirt.
Okay, why is she still flying if she's getting
exactly? So I want her off.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You got a name? You got anything you need? All right. Okay, you understand you're not flying, right?
To the side.
Okay, yeah. She's telling me right now.
Right here. Oh. These two what?
She's removing you from the flight.
How you remove me from the flight? She was on her phone. I asked her name. She was on the.
Wait, look at this giraffe man. I'm sorry, bro. She looked like one of them. I don't know what tribe it is in Africa, but they put those discs in their lips. She looked like she got that kind of build. Giraffe, like weird.
She jumped over here. My conversation. She was on the phone. She jumped over here. Wait. Hold on, but you're like jumping up all over.
No, nothing happened. I'm talking to her.
I'm gonna tell you something.
She got the talons on. Yeah. All right. Yeah. This is some ratchetry for sure.
But nobody was talking to her. So how we off the plane? Nobody talked to her. She was yelling at her, and then I told her.
I gotta turn it down. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Their voices annoy me. And it's not just them. Like, I'm saying their voices annoy me. Like, it is like going into a hyena pit or the baboon pit where it's just like, oh my gosh. I can't do it. No, I'm not known for having a lot of patience, but this is one of these things where it's hard for me. We're gonna make it through, but just got to point out that this is hard for me to watch because I hate the sound that they make. It's like chalk, like a chalkboard. You do, it's great.
Because ain't no way I'm not getting on this flight and my child ain't no way I'm not getting on this flight and my child because all I told her that she was talking on the phone.
Like I said, I was over here on my
No,
phone.
because I didn't say that she was on the phone, so that doesn't make sense. I guess somebody acts like she's talking on the phone to somebody else. When nobody talking to her.
Exactly, y'all can run the camera back. It doesn't matter. I want to talk to you. Already said it's not okay. Are you supervisor? Yeah, you go. That's your supervisor. Somebody over here. I never say anything to her. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I never say anything to her, I never say anything to her, so I can be put off for saying something to her. I never said. Okay, and I said nothing to her. I said nothing to her. I was over here in my phone with my earpiece on. She jumped over here. I said I'm on my phone.
Why can't we treat them equally? I am all for that tenet of feminism. No, I don't disagree with all of feminism. I think some of it is valid. I want true equality. I want true equality. I want true equality. I want them to have the same consequences that I would have if I were behaving that way. The same consequences. If I can be shot and killed or taken to prison and all that, I need that to be the case for them too. For all of them. Because otherwise we don't have a equal society as they claim to want. And I don't like this this world we're living in where people say they want something, but then when it comes time to get in that thing, they say, no, we don't want that part. We only want the benefits of it. We don't want the things that come with it. I need real equality. The fact that they're even going back and forth with these people and they aren't in handcuffs already, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like I would be in handcuffs by now.
Nobody would just end up getting arrested for trespass. What did I say wrong? I didn't anything. What did I say wrong? Now she took you off the plane, and I'm telling you, you're not flying. What did I say wrong to you is the question. Answer what did I say wrong to her? Because all I saw her that she was on the phone. She thought she was talking to her, and I said she's on the phone. She said you can't go because I asked for her name. Yes, I want her name. I'll give you the name. Come on, let's go, guys. Guys, excuse me. We gotta walk out of this right now. No? You say no because I'm about to arrest you for trespassing. I'm not trespassing. Because I'm telling you, you're not flying. I didn't say anything to her. We need to go up to the counter. No, man. No. Y'all can go get some more security. That don't make sense.
Y'all need to go get some more security. What the fuck?
But you're not flying. Let's go, guys. You haven't gave a reason. Let's go. So make you haven't gave a reason.
Man, that quote from a comment that I saw on YouTube from a girl who, you know, she had a bad experience with some black people. They did some shit to her, where she says she understands that it's not all black people, but it's always them. As I look at all of these people here, these women are out of control. And unfortunately, I share the same skin complexion as them. So their behavior reflects poorly on me as well. The rest of the world does not look favorably on us because this is the type of shit that they see. They rarely see the guy that comes from these environments who ends up going into corporate and making a way for himself and, you know, making it into the top 2%. They don't see that. They see this bullshit.
For me to be out of flight. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because I said she want to talk to you. I can't fly. And that doesn't make sense. Guys, I just want you to know that I'm not saying it again. You are.
They're all just looking. They're all just staring, just like usual suspects.
I'm not getting up to your level, but I am. I already upset because I didn't do nothing to her. But I already told you. I'm upset because I didn't do nothing to her. But you're telling me it's okay, and I'm telling you you're gonna go. But I didn't do nothing to her. So what is the? So she said no because you're causing a disturbance, and she said you can't fly. It's a disturbance now because you're telling me I can't go home. I'm trying to make it easy for you, so I'm trying to tell you let's walk out of here. Let's just walk out of here because I'm telling you you're going to jail. How am I going to jail? I ain't did nothing. Oh, because you're still standing here. Where the hell am I supposed to go? You're not directing me nowhere. We're leaving out of this area. Let's go. We're going to the car. Because I'm waiting for you to turn around. I'm ready. Sweetie, let's go because I'm not having you walk behind. We're going up to the counter. Okay. Let's go, sweetie. She's gone. I'm gonna give her like 20, like too many. Come on. Give your friend your bag. Come on. Charlie, what the fuck make no sense? I hold a whole wheelchair. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. That don't make no damn sense. That don't make no sense. Y'all finna make me y'all play for what though? Y'all didn't even explain to why.
Talking about that don't make no sense. It's like, you dumb bitch. You don't make no sense. What the hell are you talking about? You have the IQ of a nut. What are you talking about? That don't make sense. It don't make sense to you because you're a fucking idiot. It makes sense to me. I'm pretty sure that anyone who's watching this video later, or maybe even the people watching live, I'm pretty sure it makes sense to them. I'm pretty sure it makes sense to all of the people who are standing in the line looking at you while you embarrass us. I'm pretty sure it makes sense to them. It's like you're the only one that doesn't make sense to.
Why I can't ride? Because she said something to her.
Yeah, but that's something with customer service. Once I tell you you gotta go, you gotta go.
But she never said nothing to me. So that's why I'm not understanding.
I told you plenty of times over there that you're not flying.
I understand it, but you never said why.
Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter why. She don't have to tell you why.
But nobody said
But
why.
we keep going around in circles. Let's go.
Exactly.
She keeps thinking that they have to tell her why. They don't have to give her a reason. They don't have to give you a reason. You're too poor to afford your own plane. You're too stupid to fly your own plane. So it's like they don't owe you a reason. It's their plane. It's the pilot. Like you have no skill here. Like you have no leverage. They have no obligation to tell you a reason why they will not give you the service. And it's in the terms of service, by the way, on your ticket, which I know that she did not read because she doesn't seem like the reading type. It says that they can deny you service for any reason. And they also explicitly state what are some of the reasons that you will be denied service, but they also say you can be denied the service for any reason. She didn't read that part of her ticket, obviously.
Flying no matter what. You're not gonna say it doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
it does matter.
Okay, well, he's gonna find out why because she never sent it to me.
She said, when she said you don't care, that's your fault. That's your problem. No, but that's something that you can.
And yeah, and she's right. It doesn't matter. Like, not what she's saying. Not what she's saying. What the other lady's saying. It doesn't matter. Here's why. They could tell you the reason. It's not going to change the fact that you're not getting on that plane. So it's like, for whatever reason, they can't make that logical gap where it's just like, okay, I can tell you whatever, but like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change your situation. The situation is you are not getting your big black ass on that plane. And she's over here saying why. And it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter why. It's like, it doesn't matter why. It's whatever the reason. It could be because today is Monday. It doesn't matter why. Yo, dumbass ain't getting on that plane. But she can't understand that. And these are supposedly the most educated women in America. That's what they always go, though. We're the most educated. It's just like, oh, okay. I've only met a few smart ones. And I mean that. I'm not being facetious. I know some incredibly brilliant black women. Most of them aren't black. They're actually like African black, but I know at least two incredibly brilliant black women. And you know, one of them, I mean, I will never tell her this. Obviously, I can't tell her that. I can't tell her that. Have a bit of a rivalry going on since 10th grade. So of course I would never tell her that. But she's smart as fuck. She might be smarter than me in certain regards. Not in just like life, but just in biology. Or chemistry, like that kind of shit. Subjects.
Over there at the time. You should have said all of that when you said it right. You just say, let's go.
Stop looking at your phone and turn around and walk away. Let's go.
Look what she do. Look what she do. Looks at it on purpose to try to challenge authority. And then what she's going to do is when she's getting arrested, she's going to try to make a scene and try to, you know, ask somebody to come save her and be like, ain't no black man. They weren't there to help me. And they just let this. It's just like, well, for one, from my understanding, this is just my understanding. My body, my choice. That's what they said. So it's like, it's their body. I don't own them. I don't own women. So you're not my woman. So why the hell would I protect you? Like, I don't give a shit. It's just like, you know, you don't need no man. Okay, well, I'm a man. And you don't need me, so why the fuck would I help you? What the fuck? Who are you? It's like, just, I don't think they think. They just say shit. Shit happens. Life happens for them. Life just happens to them, which is interesting. I can't even imagine that way of living. And I do understand that there are a lot of men where life just happens to them, but I don't understand that because I've never been that where it's just like, oh yeah, like life is just gonna happen. Like, nah, like I have a lot of agency in my life. Oh yeah, you're gonna buy a Cessna? Oh, that's dope. I was looking at buying a plane a few years ago. My mentor was saying that it would be a better investment. He was telling me it's like, instead of buying all these dumbass cars that I was buying, why don't I buy a plane? I was just like, well, I don't know. Like, I never thought about buying a plane. I'm like, like I actually never thought about buying a plane. And I shopped around for some. I went to Jet Center and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I found one that I really, 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 really liked. It's just that it was $3 million, which, you know, actually I could have afforded. I would have been financing. So I could have afforded it. But I was trying to think of, you know, if I bought that plane, that's $3 million, bro. Like it's tied up into that. So I was just like, if I buy that plane, I need to have some way for it to earn me money. He was saying, well, you can rent it out to like flight schools and all that kind of stuff. But I was like, after I ran some of the numbers, I was like, it's too much of a risk. So I ended up not buying the plane. It was a Cirrus. Let me see if I can find it. Cirrus plane. I don't know how to spell it. Yeah, there we are. Cirrus. Wait, what? So there we go. I clicked on the wrong link, I guess. Here's what I liked about it. This plane, and well, not the one I was going to get probably, but maybe it was. A lot of these planes have built-in parachutes. So let's say that the engine dies or something happens, the plane itself has a parachute that you can deploy, so you're good. So I was looking at one of these. Let's see if I can find. I forgot the name of it. Yeah, it was the SR series. It's just a prop plane. I think I was looking at the turboprop one too, because obviously you're up high. So turbo means that you get the power and you can fly a little bit faster. You can also fly a little bit higher. Yeah, so this is what I was looking at. And I wasn't looking at a new one. Like, let's be clear. All right, let's be real. I wasn't looking at a new one. But I did consider it for a little bit. And then ultimately I decided, nah, I wouldn't pass. And I did it. What's the range? I don't remember this, bro. This is years ago. I'm looking at the site. Even the site is completely different. It didn't used to look this nice. It looked like they recently updated it. So I don't know. I don't do well with these big, like these new trending sites where like everything is a picture and just big text like that. I don't do well with this. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that. I don't want to get too distracted.
Come on, y'all gotta lead the way because we don't know where we're going.
That's the exit right there. Start walking in that direction. Let's go. Keep going. Keep going.
Why haven't they been arrested? Wait. And this is the emotional intelligence that the EQ. Is that what emotional intelligence looks like? Throwing a literal temper tantrum. This is something that I would expect from my baby niece. I'm not saying that facetiously. I'm saying that like that's the kind of behavior I saw in my baby sister when she was a kid. It's the same kind of behavior I see in my niece. Sometimes she's a kid, she's 6. So it's like, it's the kind of behavior I've seen in other kids. This is the emotional intelligence that I hear so much about. I must be a genius then.
Frantically. That's what I tell nobody tell me, sir. This shit is stupid as fuck. I gotta get on to my motherfucking kid. Hey, you a better stupid. Not there. Not there. Over here. Hold on. Hey. Stop snatching me. Why are you snatching me? Hold down.
It took too long. Equality means that she would have been arrested 4 minutes ago. There is no way that I could have behaved like her and they would have just allowed that like they're doing. We don't have an equal society because of men. That's one thing that, they got right. We don't have an equal society because of men. The betas will always swarm in to try to protect them and, do all these things and give them benefits of the doubt. Because I guess in their baitiness, they think that, I don't know, that they'll be chosen or something like that. It's interesting. I am going to disagree with that because according to our current culture, men and women are equal. They can do anything that I can do. So which one is it? I can't be more dangerous while at the same time being equal to a woman, can I? This idea of like relations like this don't make sense to me. It's like either I'm equal, like in my mind, I'm thinking like equal, equality, or there's greater than or less than. You can't be both. That's a contradiction. You can't be both. You have to be one or the other. Either you are equal and you have the same capabilities that I have, or we are not equal and we don't have the same capabilities. Which one is it?
Calm down. I know. Calm down. Keisha, we're gonna be okay. Stop. We're gonna be okay. I know. It's gonna be okay. I gotta get Sweet, you holding me. Stop. I am. She just showed my.
down. Look at me. Look at me. We're gonna be okay. Calm down. You gotta go.
Step out the doors.
She's getting arrested. Come on.
Step out.
Why is she getting arrested? Because I already told her that. Man, no, you did not, man. Sweetie, come here. Yo, credit for me.
This looks like Fort Lauderdale.
Put your hands behind your back. I'm telling you again. No, you're not. You're going to jail. I already told you. What are you talking about? I already told you. You're going to jail. I just came through the exit. No, I just came through the exit. Please. You just said.
This looks like Fort Lauderdale, the airport. Looks kind of like Fort Lauderdale. I've only been there like 3 or 4 times, so tell me if this is Fort Lauderdale or not.
No. I told you to leave a long time. No, you didn't. I'm not.
Wait. She said that. She said she didn't tell her to leave a long time ago. Wait a minute. She told her to leave at 1 minute and 38 seconds. It is now 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And there may be some cuts in the footage. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that was a long time ago.
I didn't even just say nothing. If you don't want additional charges, I didn't even say nothing, baby. I didn't say nothing.
Now she's resisting arrest.
Oh my God, baby, you just said essence. You're gonna get more charges. All right, stop. Please don't arrest me. Please don't arrest me. I'm not. You just let me exit out there. I was going out the exit doors. No, it's not because you yelled, but because I told you like 20 times. Okay, but you still let me go, though. Yes, you did. I just came through the exit door.
Why are they even? This is one thing I've never understood, and this is something that I don't really do. But why are you going back and forth? Just like, I mean, she's, I guess, but like even the guy, he's kind of quiet. But it's like, why? What? Shut up. And I'm not talking about the woman who's yelling and all. I'm talking about the I guess she's like a cop or something, security. Why are you going back and forth with this person? Shut up. There's nothing that needs to be said. You don't have to explain anything to her. Like this, man, bro. Like I don't like this because I keep hearing that we're equal. I keep hearing it. I keep hearing that. No, I had to reduce myself so that others can have a chance. And I'm just like, well, I don't get these types of privileges. We're already playing on unequal grounding. Why does it need to be made even more unequal? Because according to our laws, we are all equal in the eyes of the law. That's what it says. I do understand that technically we're not all equal. I get that. But we're supposed to be equals under the law. And I'm not seeing that here. I'm seeing the opposite of that.
Baby, my baby had single cell.
Stop. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Where is your identification?
She picked it up. No, I did not.
Notice she listened to the white man. That black guy was telling her to shut up. She's just going back and forth. This black woman telling her to shut up. She's going back and forth. The white guy, she's just, oh, okay. Shut up.
Sweetie, I got one. Don't make it 2, because you will go 2. No, because I told you back there also to leave, and you were still there taking your stuff. Man, I need to call somebody. You can't call nobody. Yes, I can. What? I need to call somebody. I don't have anybody's number. Are you taking her stuff? I need to call someone. I need to call someone. Is your friend taking? I need to call. Of course. I mean, I don't have no choice. I need to call somebody.
Listen to me. Your friend's gonna take all your personal. Okay? You're just making it worse. Stop doing that.
Because it hurts, so I'm putting it up. So it hurts. It hurts. So I'm putting it up. Something. It hurts.
You're gonna take her personal.
Tell them I'm getting locked up. Call me in.
Go ahead.
14 ENT. Okay, well you can touch. I don't want her to touch me. I don't want her to touch me.
She's taking you to jail.
I'm the one taking you. You don't have to touch me. Can you get your help? No, because you choked me and everything. You was holding me tight. You not touch me. Yes, you did. Don't touch me. Man, can you please? I don't want to touch. No,
I love how she's going to the man. Can you please tell her to stop touching me? It's like, no, wait. Why you need a man? I thought you didn't need one. Why are you looking at him to save you? It's interesting how they go back and forth. Give me a second. Oh, this might be someone useful. Maybe, probably not. Somehow my phone is ringing, but okay, there it goes. Yes. From who? UPS. Okay. Which package? Oh, today? Oh, why so? Why so? Okay, well, which store? Is it the one that's right down the street from my house? Yeah. All right. It was supposed to get delivered today. That's what I saw. So let me. Moore Park store? Where is that at? What's Ventura? I only know of Harris County. It's in California. Okay. All right. Well, I'll reach out to him and try to figure out what's going on. All right. Okay. So my shipment for the equipment that I had to buy, capital purchase that I got for this new venture. It was supposed to get delivered today. This is a woman at the UPS store in Ventura something county, I don't know what that is. She's like, your package is here. It was like, what? I'm like going there. So I gotta, God dang, I had to do stuff. I hate doing stuff.
No, I have a problem with it. Let's go.
Yeah, this is definitely.
Officer, you're going to jail with her.
Let me pat it down right here.
This looks like Fort Lauderdale.
No, stop.
Stop swinging around.
They need to tase her, bro.
Making things worse.
They just need to tase her ass. You know what? If I don't get a job as an engineer, I might just become a cop. I will enforce equality. I'm happy to do it.
If you bring that attitude in jail, I'm gonna tell you right now, it ain't gonna go too nice for you.
All suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for watching.
Wait, how is she? Wait.
While the southern border is essentially
What
locked
is that
down,
a
so that's
proof?
forcing these cars.
What is that a proof? Man, I just saw guilt. What the hell? All right, let's move on to this next one. Border. Wait, did I skip this? Yeah, I think I skipped it. Border turns war zone as U.S. Navy wipes cartel off the map. Or, would y'all prefer that I read through one of these blog? Well, it's technically not a blog post, but one of these articles that I have up here. Profits versus people. Investors say layoffs cross a moral line. Oh, look at that moral line. Okay. That's interesting. And then women are avoiding AI. Will their careers suffer? Oh, will they? Oh. And this is more of a technical one, but after months of coding with LLMs, I'm going back to using my brain. I can do that. The fastest way yet to color graphs. Now, I know that this is probably not interesting to anyone but me. This is a very important problem in computing or computer science. Graph coloring has a lot of implications. So I was just, oh yeah, I'm gonna read that so I can do that. Then I have this blog post here talking about embeddings. The title is Embeddings Are Underrated. And then there's this brief rant, which I kind of went over, but I didn't really read through. So what do I want to do? Video or switch gears a little bit, go read something like this for a bit and then go back to video. I'll let y'all think about it. I'm about to go over there and get a box of snacks. a box of treats. I'll be right back. Okay, let me turn up the music just a little bit in the meantime. Maybe. Did the music stop? Oh, no, I didn't. Good. Okay, what we got? Anybody say the first article is interesting. All those articles sound good. Okay, all right, cool. So we'll... Oh, well, I guess you mean the first, like this one that I showed you, not these. So this one maybe? All right, yeah. Let's go through it. Before I start though, I'm gonna open up this box of treats. Here, I'm gonna show y'all. Show y'all what's making me so fat over here. That shit. Look at that. Raisin pain, and a espresso bun, coffee bun, from the you know, it's a French style bakery, but it's Korean. So delicious. Okay. I'm just doing a brief scan through to see. This is how I read, by the way. I'm not going to explain it, but it works. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a trick or a strategy. If you are doing like research style reading, one thing you want to do, and I'm gonna focus on the articles and not books and all that other stuff, since that's what we're looking at. Obviously, you care about the title. If there's a like a little summary, or if there's an abstract or a tag, obviously read that. Then you want to scroll through and look for headers, like so. And then you'll go back, and then you want to look for the first sentence and the last sentence. You'll look at this, and then read the last sentence, and you'll do that for all of the other things. And you'll go back. You want to look for important things. So that's things like numbers, things like names, proper nouns, dates, that kind of thing. Obviously underline too, like that's, in my mind, it's the same as bold. And then you also want to look for definitions, like if there's any like definitions. And if there are quotes, you want to see who they're quoting. And if there's data, you kind of want to get a high level understanding of what they're trying to measure, what they're trying to communicate in the graphs. And then after you've done all that, you can go read the article. Now, with practice, you can accomplish this within minutes. It doesn't really add that much, and it helps with, I know, understanding where information is within an article, as well as your understanding of it. Because now you've primed your mind for like, all right, these are the points they're going to talk about. Let me see how they expand on those ideas. I mean, you could do that too, I guess. I'm going to argue that that's risky. Because just think that if you have to rely on AI to get something done, why would anyone rely on you? Maybe you're not thinking that far ahead, but you should. Okay, let's read this. Economist Milton Friedman. Are y'all familiar with who he is? famously argued that a firm's sole focus should be for, let me turn on the music, my bad. Give me a second. Just a little bit. So he argued that the firm's sole focus should be maximizing profits for shareholders. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Not social responsibilities unrelated to finance. Yes, he said this, but it's like, I understand what his contributions were, but it's like, that's just what he thinks. To say that he thinks this is if it's just like axiom and we just accept it, I don't know. But we do that in the West for whatever reason. But these days, many investors care how companies influence their communities, says Harvard Business School Associate Professor Elizabeth Kemp. In fact, most people that she and fellow researchers surveyed said that companies shouldn't lay off workers, even if the cuts create values for a shareholder. So is layoff and fire the same? Because we could just fire them. Kemp probes the cause that matter to investors and why in the recent working paper, Corporate Actions as Moral Issues, let me go ahead and pull that up. She finds that layoffs and CEO pay concern investors more than workforce diversity and fossil fuel use. Two areas of focus in social impact investing. These investors see company actions through a strong moral lens and are more likely to empathize when corporate actions adversely affect people to whom they feel connected. This is a very feminine mindset. It's almost as if her focus is on the people and not on the result, the mission. I'm gonna be real. If I have a mission, if I have a goal, and you're working with me to try to accomplish that goal, I don't care about how you feel about anything. I know that may come off as mean, but that's why I'm an engineer, because I apparently, like, people like me go into engineering because we're not good with people. And I don't think I'm not good with people. I just think that I have a low tolerance for accepting BS. I don't think that if you're working in a company, which the whole point of a company is to accomplish some type of mission, I don't think that there is much room for people's feelings. Real talk. And I do understand that, that could be a negative impact on me. I get that, right? Like just, for instance, I was laid off. In my mindset, I'm just like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like, they have a direction that they want to go and they're switching course. They're no longer focusing on developers. They're focusing on marketers. I'm an engineer that I speak to developers and they want to do this. Okay. It makes sense to me. You have a new mission, or it's not really a new mission. You have the same mission, but you have a new strategy for how you're going to, bring forth the goal, like how you're going to accomplish that goal. I understand that. So it's like, yeah, that's the right move. You should let me go because I can't help you with that thing that you're doing over there with marketers. I'm not a marketer. I get that. So like when I read something like this, where it's like, I'm gonna read it again. She says that layoffs and CEO pay concern investors more than workforce diversity and fossil fuel use. You goddamn right. I don't care how diverse a company is. In fact, I might go so far as to say that I don't know if that's valuable to me. Like, how does that help me? All this diversity that we've added into companies that have existed since I was younger, like I was a teenager, they become more diverse. The products that these companies put out that existed are worse than they were 20 years ago. So from my perspective, diversity causes products to not be that great. Because if the product is great to begin with, and then we add diverse teams, and then the product goes down, I can only naturally look at what changed, and I can say, all right, well, shit, we shifted focus. We shifted focus from product quality to team diversity. And you damn right, I am not investing in that. It's one of the reasons why I pulled out. Like, I sold shares from certain companies that were focusing on that. I'm like, I don't want any part of that. You are not focused on the correct thing. The correct thing is make me more money, bitch. That's it. I don't care if you have a diverse team. I don't give a fuck. I only care about the 100 grand that I put in is now worth 150. That's all I care about. That's it. You can miss me with the, oh, we don't use fossil fuels. I don't give a shit. You could burn coal. You can take fucking animals and dump them into a fire. I don't care. I want my money. 2 areas of focus in social impact investing. These investors see company actions through a strong moral lens and are more likely to empathize with when corporate actions adversely affect people to whom they feel connected. Well, if you feel so badly for them, my recommendation is take your money and hire them. Then, hire them. Don't expect the company to do it. You do it and see how that goes for you. It shows that people want to do the right thing. It shows people are looking at different things when they're evaluating company decisions. I don't like this sentence right here. It shows that people want to do the right thing. Who the hell is determining what the right thing is? This is a moral dilemma. There is no right or wrong. The paper offers insights, especially for the growing area of environmental, social, and governance, this is the ESG stuff, investing as managers choose where to place priorities. And at a time when skepticism about corporate motives run high, the findings offer a path forward for restoring confidence in American businesses. It shows that people want to do the right thing, says Kemp. It shows people are looking at a lot of different things when they're evaluating company decisions. Kemp collaborated on the research with Zwetlina, assistant professor at University of Bonn, and Oliver Spalt, professor at the University of Mannheim. How right and wrong are a company's actions? Okay, so they're going to try to quantify, but I still don't accept their idea of what's right or wrong. Previous studies have examined ESG investing and the attitudes of socially conscious investors toward issues such as renewable energy and workforce diversity. But the authors wanted to explore whether investors' concerns apply to a broader range of corporate actions and what were the underlying drivers of those concerns. The author has asked more than 2,000 online respondents, both investors and non-investors, to react to 10 hypothetical corporate actions by a fictional XYZ Corp, described as typical firm in the S&P 500. The actions range from fossil fuel use to tax avoidance. The survey was conducted during May and June 2024. I mean, the tax avoidance, if we want to deal with that, change our tax laws. Remove all the loopholes, but they exist for a reason. So it's if something exists that the government put out there, yeah, you should use it. Who are these people? If you're going to give me the ability to do something and then tell me, oh, I shouldn't do it, it's like, what? Then why did you give me the ability to do it? How morals shape views on business actions. All right, so this is the researchers asked individuals to rank 10 business decisions, aiming to understand how values, rather than just money, influence opinions about corporate actions. Okay, so here's the business actions: cost cutting, share buybacks, leverage, layoffs, outsourcing, tax avoidance, CEO pay, diversity pullback, fossil energy, CEO duality. So for cost cutting, implement a new cost cutting program at a recently acquired firm. Well, if you have purchased a firm, it makes sense that you want to go in and look to see what some of the costs are, because maybe you don't need those things. They're not providing any value to you. Because if you acquire a company, that company's mission is now absorbed into your mission. That's why you're acquiring the company, right? So you see that it can enable you to meet your mission's goals. Share buybacks. Increase share buybacks, i.e. pay a greater fraction of corporate funds to shareholders in the form of share buybacks, thereby reducing corporate funds available for other purposes. The way I feel is that I would prefer dividends. A lot of companies used to pay dividends. Most companies do not, in the S&P at least. At least the ones that I was invested in. Leverage. Take out a loan in order to pay a dividend to its shareholders. Yeah, I don't think, no. See that right there? No. Because it's not in the best interest of the shareholders either to take out a loan to pay a dividend. Nah. Thereby increasing the risk of bankruptcy and reducing corporate tax payments. Well, that's why they do it. Layoffs. Lay off employees. Okay. Outsourcing. Outsource parts of the firm's operations in the United States to a foreign country with lower wages. So that's effectively labor arbitrage or wage arbitrage. Tax avoidance. Reduce the taxes paid in the United States by having more of the firm's profits taxed in low tax countries. Well, the United States can compete better by reducing the taxes here. And I think that's what's kind of happening. Now, if you reduce the corporate tax, I mean, you don't have to be the lowest, but if you reduce it enough, like America has some things going for it that no other country does. And many people are happy to put their money here because there's a safety, right? There's almost like a guarantee in a sense. So yeah, like get rid of all the loopholes and and like make the taxes make sense. I think in Singapore, I think the taxes are 12% or 15% or something like that. CEO pay. Increase the total compensation of the CEO. Diversity pullback. Discontinue existing personal programs which increase the share of women. Notice that women come first. That's actually who this helped the most. Women, specifically white women. And then all the other women. And then that's it. I guess maybe me in a sense, but not really. I haven't felt like I've been helped in any way by this. In fact, I feel it's been the opposite. Because now a lot of minorities like me are looked at as incompetent, even though I'm very competent. Why do they look at me as incompetent? Well, because so many of the other folks who look like me who are in the area, they weren't competent. And you know, all these ESG programs where it's like, we're going to focus on diversity. We're going to hire you because you're this. But what that means is that all the other people know that too. So it's hard for them to distinguish surface level. Who are the people who are hired because they are competent? And who are the people who are hired to fill a quota? Now, obviously, if once you start to work with people, you can figure these things out. But you know, what's the likelihood of that happening most of the time? Fossil energy. Increase the uses of fossil energy sources, e.g. coal, oil, natural gas in the firm's operations. As opposed to what? What other sources of energy do we truly have? And I mean, when I say source, I mean like practical. Solar is not a practical source of energy. Wind power is not a practical source of energy, not for our energy needs. Also, it's just not practical. Like, are we going to only have energy in the daytime? Oh, I guess we could get batteries and just have all these but again, like, how are we going to get the batteries, the materials, the raw materials from Africa to Asia so they can be refined, and then from Asia to America so that they can be sold to us? How does that happen? Can we use solar panels for that? Can we put a giant turbine, a windmill on these boats and have the windmill power generator that can? No, it's fossil fuels. So like, what the fuck? This is just, anyway. The authors asked respondents to rank all 10 actions based on moral concern, from most right, least wrong to most wrong, least right. Respondents were explicitly told that the outcomes of the actions were certain and legal and would deliver the same financial value to shareholders. Let me put my box of treats back. Okay, money isn't everything, even for investors. That is true. I agree. I don't think money should be everything. It's not the top, but I mean, it's close to the top. It's definitely top three. Top three. Top two. Top two. Top. Never mind. I'm taking it back. Top. No, top. If I put my money somewhere, my money is my time. I worked hard for my money. Unlike half of our population, I'm not given anything. I had to work for it. Now, I don't just have daddy come in and save me from everything. I don't have that. You know, I don't have simps running around out here trying to save me from myself. I don't have that. So if I put money somewhere, I want my money back. Sorry, not sorry. The results showed a clear deviation from the Friedman doctrine or shareholder primacy, both for stock market investors and non-investors. Well, this could just be from the programming, right? By substantial margins, corporate layoffs and CEO pay issues were the top ranked concerns of respondents. Rankings were based on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most opposed to a specific corporate action or most wrong. Already there's bias here, and I don't even have to read further. Sample bias. What's the likelihood that all of the people sampled in this study were employees? Or did they say investors? Let me see. Maybe I need to read this closely. Maybe they said investors. Okay, never mind. It says investors. Okay. So these are investors that we're talking about, not employees. So I'm going to take it at face value that's actually they don't care about money, which could be true. So rankings were based on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most opposed to a specific corporate action or most wrong. Wait, did I just skip something? No, I didn't. Yeah. The team also found that more than 85% of the respondents said that the company shouldn't lay off workers, even if firing employees would provide a large positive and certain financial value for shareholders. You know what? I agree with that. And it may not be for the reason that you think. Here's what's doing all of the heavy lifting right here. That's the reason why I agree with it. Even if firing employees would provide a large positive and certain financial value for shareholders. You know, let's say that one of the companies I'm invested in, if they said that, you know what, we're not going to fire employees and all this kind of stuff. So we're not going to, give you a XYZ return. But if they can assure me that I'm not going to lose, like the value of it's not going to go down, I would be inclined to say that's fine. That's fine. And my reason for that is because I understand that hiring is hard. It's incredibly hard. And, the culture and the vibes of a team are incredibly important. A well-run team that's cohesive, that work well together can accomplish a lot. It's like a force multiplier. So from a long-term thinking perspective, I can get behind that. If it's framed this way, if it's just for shareholder value. Now, if it's the business, fuck that. They gotta go. I don't care. Like, if they're gonna put the business in jeopardy, then get them out. But if it's just like, we just want to return, we want to do a share buyback program fuck that. Like, keep them. It's fine. Confidence in corporate America would increase by 1 point on a 5-point scale if firms avoided CEO pay increases, and 0.9 points if firms eschewed layoffs. See, the CEO pay increases, it's my understanding that most CEO pay is in the form of stock. So I kind of agree with this, but it's not just because of the pay. It's more so of a perversion of incentives. Given that CEO income is predominantly stock, they have a perverse incentive to increase the value of that stock in the short term. Because let's be real, most CEOs, just like any other employee, are not going to work at any company, for a long term. It's just rare. A few CEOs do that, but it's rare. An example of a CEO like that is Tim Cook. He's pretty long term. He's been at the company for a long ass time. I think he's been a CEO for damn near 15 years, maybe longer, or maybe not 15 or 14 years, however many years. He's been the CEO for a while. And in situations like his, it's like, yeah, it makes sense that, maybe equity is the thing, but there's a lot of turnover in CEO land. So yeah, I think I can get behind that. Maybe we should avoid CEO compensation packages and increases, because they're already high as fuck. They're already high. If you're struggling off of what you're making, then something's wrong. But I do understand why they're so high. It's because, like a lot of corporations, they need a CEO. And the difference that a good CEO can make is insane. So, if I have like for instance, me, like if my little beverage scene starts to take off and I have the money to hire and pay some high level CEO who comes in with not only expertise, but network within the industry, I understand what that's worth, right? Like obviously you got to do some type of evaluation on that, but it's like, that could be the difference between my company getting to a point to where we can get acquired or sold for a couple $2 billion to this ends up being a lifestyle business where, maybe I clear 10 or $20 million a year. It's a big difference. So you got to ask, well, how much are you willing to invest in that future where you get closer to that multi-billion-dollar mark? And I can't fault a board or a person for saying, you know what, I am willing to pay you $250 million over 5 years to make that happen. So I understand why CEO pay is high. It's because the people who are investing their own money and they're trying to, build stuff off the ground, they want the stuff to actually go well. So, you're going to find the people who've been successful. And I do understand that, success in the past does not guarantee success in the future. But damn, it's a damn good indicator. It's a very good predictor of it. Oh, my bad, Premium. I just now saw the border story seems interesting. The border story. Is that a blog post? Sorry, I'm just now seeing this. Is that a blog post? Did you hear about ChatGPT releasing Codex? I guess you didn't see this. Maybe not. Anyway, so let's go. Some coding agent or something. Small chance is good. Maybe. I'm doing more stuff with, gosh, I had my door open last night, so now there's a fly in here. I've been using LM Studio more. But I don't want to get too distracted. We can go back to that in a minute. To be sure, respondents didn't completely oppose budget cuts. Only 20% said that the hypothetical company should forgo cost cutting after merging with another firm. Layoffs top list of questionable corporate moves. Corporate actions were ranked from least to wrong. Assuming all, okay, so wait, hold on. Layoffs were ranked from least to most wrong. So why is the chart the exact opposite of what it says in the okay, I mean, I understand why they put most wrong here, but like maybe make this align with the graph. Anyway, so layoffs and CEO were almost the same. After that, outsourcing, diversity pullback. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know what 5.8 means here. Yeah, what does 7.8 mean here? Oh, okay, I see, because it's, okay, the point. So all these people, these 2,000 people, out of all those 2,000 people, the average, I think that's what this is. Does that say that? Yeah, this must be an average. Does it say that? Am I being dumb? Yeah, no, it didn't. It didn't say that. Okay, so I'm assuming that this right here is an average of all of the responses of all the scores. Now, I have a big issue with being presented averages while also not being presented the standard deviation. I want to know the variance of the data. Right now, this average is basically useless. What if the variance is stupidly high? Then this right here it doesn't summarize the data that well if the variance is insanely high. But if you know the variance is insanely high, that does give you another dimension of which you can understand the data, which I would like to see here. CEO pay increase, yeah. Outsourcing, diversity pullback, 5.8. CEO duality, 5.7. So these are neutrals. I'm going to classify anything between 4 and 6 as a neutral. So all of these are neutral. No one gives a shit, which I love to see that I am in the majority, because I also don't give a shit about diversity pullback or fossil energy. Share buybacks, the least wrong. Interesting. Cost cutting, least wrong. Now, I think that this right here is maybe showing bias in the sample. If these are investors that they asked, of course an investor is not going to be mad and say, yeah, I don't want you to give me more money than I pay for my stock so I can make a lot of it. I don't think that's what any of them will say. Maybe some of them will. Only a small number would cut workers for financial gain. Researchers also asked participants if they favored each of these actions if it resulted in financial value for the shareholders. So 12%. Most wouldn't lay off workers even if it had a positive financial value. And I think this needs to be explicitly for shareholders. Because if it is positive financial value for the company, hell no. Lay their ass off. I don't care. Lay them off. CEO pay increase, 11%. Slightly the same. Okay. Outsourcing, 30%. Diversity pullback, 26%. CL duality, 26%. Yeah, you can see all the other percents. Cost cutting is at 79%. So this is saying, I'm assuming it's not clear, but about 80% of all respondents are what they said that they would cut cost if it resulted, I guess just cut costs in the event of an acquisition. So that's most of them, which that sounds like just good business sense. Like really, that's what you should do. Still, Kemp says that the data reveals how investors' objectives often go deeper than increasing their wealth. Financial value for a company and for a shareholder is obviously a very important factor, she says, but people do not seem to deviate from the pure Friedman idea that it's only financial value that matters. Probing the partisan divisions, the authors were surprised that respondents weren't more concerned about diversity and energy. After all, the two issues are often prominently mentioned at the top of ESG investment priorities by many fund managers and other investors. But they note that survey results, which reflect the views of both Republicans and Democrats, show clear partisan divisions on many issues. I don't understand this, but like, I don't understand what they're trying to say here. The authors were surprised that respondents weren't more concerned about diversity and energy. Okay, well that makes sense because the authors are academics. They live in an ivory tower. They're not in reality. And because they are academics in the American university system, that means that they are predominantly liberal progressives. So of course. And I'm also going to go out on a limb and say they are predominantly women, given that it's in an academia, because majority of it is. After all, the two issues are often prominently mentioned at the top of ESG investment priorities by many fund managers and other investors. And this is something that I don't think that these people they understand. ESG was forced from the top down. No one was actually asking for ESG. It was a few people with a lot of resources and a lot of power to move things, and they forced it onto others. The people who adopted it only adopted it because they had to if they wanted to continue to get funding for their projects. Barring that, no one gave a shit. So it seems as if they are thinking that, someone's saying, oh yeah, you need to do these things, that people are really going to internalize that and really want it. I mean, no. It's like all this diversity crap. Even me, I'm not a big fan of that. I just put up and shut up and just go along with the flow because that's what I have to do to make my money. Do I care about any of that? No, not at all. So it's interesting that these academic types, these liberal progressives, think that they can push something from the top down and I guess like compel me to change my mind. It's like, no, what the fuck? No. I don't care what's being prominently put up there for investment pitch decks, because that's what you have to do to get your money. Like when I was doing my thing, I had a diverse team. Did I care that it was diverse? No. Yeah, I had an Asian female. I had a Russian man. I had a white man. There was me. I'm a black man, in case you can't tell. Who else did I have? I had another white guy from Europe, from London, living in London, and there was another Russian lady who was doing stuff. And I worked with all kinds of people, like even Middle East. I'm like, I don't give a shit what you are or who you are. I don't care. That wasn't my thing, but you better believe when I was applying to Y Combinator, is it going to help me get in? Is it going to help me get that money? Sure. I'm a diverse team. Look at us. It's minority-owned company. Do I give a shit that my company's owned by a black man? Zero fucks. The reason why is because I don't care that I'm a black man. I just know that I'm a man. Like, skin color, I don't give a shit. I just know that I'm a man. Other people care that I'm a black man. That doesn't mean that I care. But if I know that I can get money for you caring about me being a black man, of course, I'm gonna be like, hey, look at me. Look at that. I'm black. Give me money. It's crazy that these supposedly smart people don't understand something so simple. That many people will go along with the flow to get what they want, and that doesn't mean that they agree with it. Or maybe it's just their projection. Maybe they cannot do that. Maybe they can't go into an environment where they don't agree with any of the things that are being done and still be productive and still be cordial and still be friendly and still have people respect and like them and like having them around. Maybe they are incapable of doing that. I'm not. And I think a lot of people who've worked in tech for the past 15 years, you may be surprised. A lot of them are more, or not more, but a lot of them will have a lot of my mindset. They just don't talk about it because they're afraid. They're kind of in fear. You know, you got to deal with HR, and HR is just a code word for them. Fossil fuel usage and diversity targets are where we see the biggest partisan gaps, says Kenfu studies political polarization within the corporate world. But it should be noted that there is also much alignment on other issues like layoffs and increasing CEOs' pay. There's a surprising amount of agreement that those are morally questionable decisions. On average, Republicans are more likely than Democrats to prioritize financial values over social responsibilities. I don't like this right here. What do you mean responsibilities? Who are you to say what the hell I am responsible for? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't even know what parties exist in this country. I don't give a shit. I'm none of them. I'm me. I hate them all equally. So I think they're both retarded. Sorry. Not sorry. So if you happen to be one, all right. Now you know how I feel. So it's like, they're over here like, this responsibilities. Who is to say that what someone else is responsible for? I am not responsible for social things. You want to know why I know I'm not responsible for social things? Because if I were to change anything socially, well, first of all, I don't even have the power to do it because I haven't been given that power, but I'm not being rewarded for it. I'm not being thanked for it. I'm not getting anything of meaningful value that I want for it. So why would I invest my time, energy, and effort into doing that? And from what I understand, well, hell, like we're all equal. Like they can go build the road. So why don't they go build the road and do that? Why the hell do I have to have social responsibility? Why can't the Democrats be socially responsible and then the Republicans be financially responsible? Like they can prioritize financial responsibility, and then the Democrats and the Republicans can work together and balance each other out and say, you know what, y'all focus on this social shit since y'all care about it so much, and over here we're going to focus on this money shit since we care about that. And to each their own. You want to focus on that, go focus on that. If you want to make money, go focus on that. Like, I don't understand why we all have to do the same thing. What kind of groupthink society do we have here? A moral lens on business and stakeholders to help gauge, whichever, I'm gonna say gauge, whether respondents were answering questions sincerely. Oh my gosh. The author told survey participants that they might be selected via a lottery to receive $50 that they could either keep for themselves or donate to a real world charity of their choice. Respondents tended to put their money where their mouths are by donating the $50 to charities that align with their values rather than keep it, suggesting their preferences were genuine. Charities were selected to mirror categories in the study. For instance, one of the charities, YWCA, I would have kept my money. Only if that's my choice. The YWCA, nah, fuck that. I'm good. Now, that being said, $50 is such a small amount. I'm sorry if that's a lot to this class of people, investors. $50 is a waste of time. So of course I would give it away. Like, what the hell? Like, you gotta give it to me and then what? Like, okay, $50. That's what, a mil? Nah. I don't think this is enough money to really get an indicator if this is what was really happening. I think if you really want to get an indicator if this is true, put an extra 3 zeros at the end. Make it $50,000. I would love to see if those numbers are the same. My hypothesis is that the numbers would be much different. But for $50, it's not enough. It's not enough. Cause even me, like, I'll just be like, honestly, I probably wouldn't say I'm gonna give it. I'll just be like, you know what? I don't even care about it. You can keep it. Unless it's like some type of Amazon thing and it's just they send it to my email and it just automatically goes into my account, which yes, I have money in Amazon from gifts. I'm just like, I don't use it, you know? So it's not that valuable is what I'm trying to get at. It's a couple $100. It's not that much. Thoughts just conclude that what ultimately drives respondents' preferences, a moral view on corporate action, specifically an outlook based on moral universalism, or a value system that takes into account the well-being of stakeholders, with an important dimension being how close or connected people feel to those stakeholders. Yeah, this feels like a very feminine mindset, like real talk. Kemp says the findings could help managers focus on the ethical or social efforts that matter most to their shareholders. If the goal of a company is to truly make shareholders better off, it's important to understand what they're really thinking, how the public perceives corporations, and how much backlash could there be to certain actions, she explains. Managers of ESG funds could also leverage the research to sharpen their investment strategies. Honestly, I think ESG firms are probably going to go to the way of the dodo. Like, I think it's over. They did not make more money. They were net losers. They did not improve the working environment. If anything, it made them worse. It did not attract top tier talent. It resulted in the overhiring of a lot of incompetent people. And now we're starting to see the effects of that over the past 3 years with all of these layoffs where they overhired. And who are they hiring? People who are incompetent. And those same people who are incompetent now don't have jobs. And now they have a scarlet letter attached to them, underperforming. Did you really help them? There's now a huge asset management industry out there catering to non-monetary corporate issues, says Kemp. This could help them understand what people are looking for when they're evaluating corporate behavior and making investment decisions. Okay, so this was actually a kind of light article. I'm actually kind of disappointed. This is not what I've grown accustomed to from HBS. I used to get it for free. I paid for it for a while too, but yeah, this isn't. Yeah, if I had to give this article a rating out of 5, it would probably be like a 3 out of 5. It's, I don't know. There were some decent insights. I had to give them that. There were some decent insights. I did learn something. But yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move on to a video now. I've read enough. Or maybe I am. Wait, cognitive tools. Oh, here we are. I'm like, wait, where did it go? Okay, so someone was saying the border video seemed cool, so we'll go ahead and get that up.
In 50 different incidents where they've had to shoot.
All right, let me turn down music.
The engines of these smuggling vessels. They do have a protocol. They try to get these individuals to stop first. If they don't, then they fire warning shots. If they still won't stop, then yeah, that's when they quite literally bring in the big guns. They have to shoot out these engines.
The area of operation, vast.
There's still a lot of water, and it can be very difficult to identify vessels. Right there, you can see the beginning of the border wall between the U.S. and Mexico. You can see it jutting out into the ocean.
Terodynamics just announced a $4.6 million contract expansion with the U.S. Navy to develop a fleet of these unmanned drones. When a battleship, aircraft carrier, or other vessel is deep out at sea, it can be costly and dangerous to use pilots to transport necessary equipment back and forth. Enter the XP-4, which can be used to shuttle that gear for a fraction of the price without putting sailors in danger.
They should have just got DJI drones. They are the best drones. They make the best drones. Bar none. The Chinese got us there. They actually have been innovating and building. Their society isn't filled with a bunch of, you know, the word that I used earlier. It's not filled with a bunch of them. You know, they got some smart people who value educational attainment and who value building things, and they have the infrastructure to build it. We don't have that here. China kicked our ass when it came to drones, which is kind of sad considering that it was invented here. And honestly, if you know me, you'll know that I'm not like this. I'm not pro China. I'm not like that. I'm not really anti-China either, but I see them for what they are. And their drones are much better, bar none. And the rate of the improvements that they make in their products are much better than anyone in the West. Maybe even in the East, except for, I don't know, like I'm thinking Korea, like Korea is really, they're really innovating and they've been quick to do, but I mean, they've been copying, I guess China has to. But in any case, well, no, I'm going to go with China because for the most part, most of the innovations out of Korea are just, it's not really anything new. It's just they do a good job of it. But with China, they've created entirely new market categories or like made market categories mainstream that weren't mainstream. So yeah, I got to give them their credit. Let me see if I have a round of applause. Do I have a round of applause? No, I can't find it. We're going to use the air horn as my round of applause for China, for actually innovating and making a world-class product that exists at the top of the market. DJI drones are insane. And I'm not just talking about the little consumer level drones. They make pro drones, like huge ones. They use them for farming. They use them for rescue and research. They're using them for deliveries now. They're using them for all kinds of things. You gotta give credit where it's due.
So Border Patrol and the Coast Guard are seeing surging recruitment numbers. But what nobody's talking about is that while the game plan to protect our borders may have changed, those trying to exploit it and work their way around our troops have not. And many of these smugglers taking to the seas have done this before. After all, they're part of a $13 billion per year industry, and many of the thugs driving boats and various watercraft have a history with US law enforcement. And before you start thinking the drones, helicopters, and even the US naval warships off our shores are overkill,
I'm just curious, why aren't they killed at sea? Because that's what the cartels do with their foes. It's like if you're smuggling drugs into our country and you're going through the waters, like, why don't we just take care of them there? Why do we have to expend any resources doing anything more than, okay, you're here, we see you on a boat, we got the gun, you're already at the water, we just turn you into fish food. I don't understand why we had to get on the boat and then arrest them and all this kind of stuff. It's like we already know where they're coming from. We already know who's funding these things, the cartels. We already understand all these things. What's the point in apprehending these people and then what? Here's what I learned about roaches. When you kill a roach, it's gone. You have one less roach. But if you let a roach go, well, more roaches are only going to follow. So in this case, we have these roaches who are floating across the ocean into our borders with these illegal ass drugs. Why don't we just pull the raid out and I don't know.
Important to understand that they're there to stop some of the most dangerous criminals on our entire planet, who, whether it's at sea or on land, will do everything they can to evade law enforcement and are willing to use force if necessary.
So on land, okay, different. It's a little bit different. Only reason why is because if you're like shooting people, there might be people around. It's like, all right, we can go with the process. You're here, but if you're in the waters, it's like, man, there are animals out there that are hungry. We claim to care about the environment, right? We can help the environment by feeding them. We can give them some more food. Circle of life.
necessary, which is why the good guys have to be ready to stop them quickly and safely so nobody gets hurt, and so the criminal empires profiting off our formerly open border stop growing and shut down permanently. Which brings us to the real reason we're even still having this problem. Many critics suspect that these cartels and these gangs have infested the Mexican government to such an extent that wiping them off the map for good is proving to be a challenge. Not because America doesn't have the technology or the capability to do it, but because it is alleged that our southern neighbor Mexico is actively protecting these guys, allowing them to stay one step ahead of efforts to control and end their operations, even going so far as to reject the idea of a U.S. military operation on Mexican soil, which would shut these cartels down for good. And
I do understand why they would reject that. You know, I do understand it. But it's my understanding that it's also the case that the cartel has politicians in their pocket and high levels of that government. So, yeah. It's either Mexico can get their act together and control the internal affairs that affect us, or they could allow us to go in and take care of it, you know, with their, you know, we can assist them in helping them to take care of it, or we could do it ourselves. Or if they insist, or us, you know, if they insist, maybe it's okay, well, America should declare war on Mexico. Seeing as the state is the thing that's protecting the thing that we're trying to get rid of, but, you know, they don't want to do that. So it's like, all right, well, I guess you're now a terrorist state. I don't know how that would work. I think the best thing is for Mexico to take care of that problem with the assistance of the USA. I don't think that the US, we should be going into Mexico on their land and carrying out any type of operations without, you know, some type of joint operations with Mexican government. Honestly, that's how I feel. But, you know, they're going to do what they're going to do. I'm not the one in charge.
since these guys are now hiding in an area the US military can't get to, they can continually launch boats and water-based incursions toward our shores, which result in daring sea-based operations like this.
Marine interdiction agents, they were actually forced to disable a vessel after it blew past Mexican Navy and U.S. Coast Guard. They refused to stop, and one of the agents actually had to shoot out one of the engines of the boat, which is actually very small and underwater.
This man is going to damage his boat
chase
doing that.
On
You
the
should
water.
never
You
do
had
that.
The Coast Guard vessel literally trying to do a pit maneuver on the smuggler's craft. The same thing that happens with smugglers on the highways of America. And as you're about to see, because operations like this risk the lives of everyone involved, the U.S. is ramping up efforts to make sure they stop happening, even without the help of Mexico.
We're locked arms, and we have interleaving authorities with the Coast Guard. We have basically the same authorities as Border Patrol. We just kind of translate them to the maritime environment. But we're locked arms. You're not getting by us.
Okay, so Blake, they've already had 350 different incidents where they've had to shoot out the engines of these smuggling vessels. They do have a protocol. They try to get these individuals to stop first. If they don't, then they fire warning shots. If they still won't stop, then yeah, that's when they quite literally bring in the big guns. They have to shoot out these engines to disable them. The good news here, though, Blake, out of 350 incidents that they've recorded, 0 injuries. They're already at 7.
350 recorded incidents, that's a lot, but the good news is nobody's gotten hurt in spite of how dangerous that might be. That right there is a success story. But it also reveals just how expensive...
I'm going to disagree. I think that we need to see people getting hurt, but I want to be clear. I don't think any of our border guards, any of them should be the ones getting hurt. I think the people who are doing the illegal shit should be the ones getting hurt. Or maybe they are getting hurt and we're just not counting them. They don't care about them. Maybe that's the case. I certainly don't care about them. I'm like, maybe they should be hurt. What the hell? Like, if we're going to deport you back, I want you to be deported back with one less something, you know? You shouldn't go back the same way that you came. You should go back a little bit lighter, if you get what I mean.
And time-consuming it is to properly police our borders, to send highly trained experts out there to end things in the most peaceful way possible. And these guys aren't out there alone. They need technology, they need training, and they need eyes and ears all over the place to make sure that they know who's who and who's where and where they're headed, which is why our boys at sea are about to get something new to help them.
I just want to show it to you first and foremost. This is the format for when it looks like when it's taking off
That's
and landing.
crazy.
You can see the wings actually folded up, very
Get
similar
that
to what a
Anduril
helicopter
drone
might
to
do
take
when
their
it
ass
takes
out,
off and
just blow
lands.
them up.
But it only takes less than 10 seconds for those wings to unfold. Nicole, look at this. Looks like a regular airplane, right? This is what allows it to actually glide through the air for miles at a time.
Huh, kind of like the drones that were gliding through the air miles at a time over certain parts of America. But although this is probably a completely different piece of equipment, it's going to do a lot to help our maritime
Yeah, what happened with
warriors
that?
stay
Remember
out there
that?
longer and stop more people from coming across, trying to break our laws and get into our country. These things can transport objects between locations, including supplies, and they can carry carry rescue equipment like life rafts to save people whose boat starts to sink before a ship is in range to pick them up. And
Wait,
since
did
these
it
things have
literally just
incredible
drop the rope?
endurance, their ability to look...
Is that what it did? Is that their idea? It literally just dropped the rope. Man, this is the best $10 million my tax money has ever been spent on.
in the sky will act as a visible deterrent for criminals who think they're in the clear.
When a battleship, aircraft carrier, or other vessel is deep out at sea, it can be costly and dangerous to use pilots to transport necessary equipment back and forth. Enter the XP4, which can be used to shuttle that gear for a fraction of the price without putting sailors in danger.
Right away you see it's a very small operating ground footprint.
The CEO also envisions a future where the drone is used to deliver medicine to remote locations or carry out covert recon missions.
Where you can truly go bring...
So what most people don't understand is that the battle over border security is actually a battle over dollars and cents. And with naval destroyers like this being sent to the southern border, they require a lot of upkeep. These things are just around the clock maintenance operation in many cases. But we need the Navy off our coasts to stop people who think they can just come across whenever they want. But here's the thing, these cartels, they know each president only has 4 years to take them out. And if they can outlast a president or the resources they've got to combat them, perhaps by just lying low for the time being, in the future, they'll be able to come back stronger. Especially since they seem to be benefiting from the help of the Mexican government, even if it's unintentional, which it certainly might not be.
Mexico is essentially controlled by these criminal organizations. So this week, we heard from Trump's pick to be the head of the DEA, Terrence Cole. He said this in front of a Senate Judiciary Committee, that he believes a majority of Mexico is governed by the cartels. Take a listen.
I don't know if that's the case.
Traditionally,
I don't think that's true.
The military working hand in hand. We've seen police officers working hand in hand with cartel members. I saw
This almost sounds like they're saying that so they can justify at a later date. They can justify going into Mexico and doing the thing that I said I don't think should happen, which is just going in unilaterally and carrying out operations without, I don't think we should be the lead of that. I think it should be Mexico lead. We assist. But
cartels' coercion of government institutions, intimidation of law enforcement, and their brutal enforcement of control over entire communities.
These cartels, they transcend politics because no matter who's in charge of Mexico, if they're embedded everywhere throughout all levels of government, in the military, in the police, they're gonna find people who they can work with to stay one step ahead of any effort to take them out. There's always a politician out there who's corrupt that they can pay off, or they could pay off that politician's underlings to sabotage their efforts. And the way they look at the country of Mexico is they see the entire place as being for sale. And since they've got plenty of money from their illegal operations that they make across the US border, they probably aren't gonna run out of resources to continue negatively influencing our southern neighbor anytime soon. Unless US border efforts keep going the way they have, which is causing chaos for these criminals.
Now, Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, she regularly refutes these claims. She points the finger back to the
Of course
United
she does.
States, saying, start with your own country first. Now, when we talked with Border Patrol about trust with Mexico, they have told us that the trust is there, but when the cameras aren't on and I'm talking with sources, they often tell me that Mexico is actually part of the problem and they don't do enough on the south side of the border. So one example of that is when Mexico was saying, hey, we're doing what we can. We're offering them places to live and to stay here in Mexico instead of going all the way to the U.S. border. But Nicole, I actually have gotten some documents along the southern border that show that they're only marked 40 to 45 days and they're clearly marked transit. So it's essentially a fast pass to get them through every checkpoint and right to our back door. So if this is Mexico helping and providing a place to live and work, you can see why those comments made by the DEA saying that there's some control there by the cartels. You can see there's some validity with that.
So Mexico blames America for the strength of these cartels and the fact that they even exist. And they're saying, hey, America, this is your problem. Go and fix it. But then a report like this comes out that shows that the Mexican government may be facilitating the movement of these very criminals to help them do their thing. And now we have evidence that the Mexican government is allowing these guys to move through their territory with official paperwork and documents, something that's surely not shutting them down so much as it's helping them. Also, whenever you see Mexican troops patrolling the border or conducting crackdowns, there's a very good chance the gang members and cartels already knew those crackdowns were coming and see them as a cost of doing business.
Chief Attila, good morning to you. I mean, could you imagine if the U.S. military was allowed to go into Mexico and take out these cartels? We could do it, and the reign of terror would be over. Mexico and the United States would be safer as a result of this, but the president of Mexico turned President Trump down. What's your reaction to this?
Well, you're right. There's a lot of potential here. We share so many things besides the border with Mexico, right? Family, tourism, lots of trade. And we also are fearful of the cartels that are operating in Mexico. We know that Mexico is very concerned about their influence in their society today. And so this is a potential partnership that could pay dividends for generations. And so I understand where the president is coming from.
It would pay dividends for generations of Mexicans and Americans who obey the law and just want to live and pursue happiness to the best of their ability. And the fact that the Mexican president has said troops cannot come in and cannot do their job and cannot help Mexico retake their country, that's telling. Because the presence of these criminals does not help the common people anywhere. It only benefits corrupt elites and politicians. Now, maybe this is intentional. Maybe the president of Mexico is in league with these criminals directly, or perhaps her advisors and her military is. But one thing's for sure, if U.S. tanks rolled across that border, it would look like the country of Mexico has completely collapsed and is totally unable to run itself.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Mexico would be able to do anything about it either. Do they have I'm sure they have a military, but I don't know much about it. Like, what would they be able to do? I don't think that we should put boots on the ground there, though. We've invested a lot of money in our country into precision strikes. The capability to do that. Just do that. I think that would minimize collateral damage. It won't remove it entirely, but I think it'll be lower than if we were to have boots on the ground. Be much more collateral damage. In addition to that, many more Americans would be put at risk, whereas precision strikes, drones, and all that kind of stuff, it's like, for the most part, it'll be the people involved, and for the most part, obviously there's going to be, like I said, collateral damage.
Her words, she said, we can collaborate, we can work together, but you and your territory, we and ours, we can share information, but we will never accept the presence of the U.S. Army in our territory.
Mexico is doing a lot. They do have
what would you do about
10,000
it?
National Guard troops on the northern border. They've never done anything like that before. They really leaned in under the threat of tariffs to make sure that they were working. Kristi Noem, the Secretary of DHS, has spoken directly with the Mexican president to make sure that they're keeping up their end of the bargain as it relates to our shared responsibility on the border. But
okay, now, knowing what we just heard about how these cartels operate and how they've infested the military and the police and the government, got to ask yourself, what good are 10,000 compromised troops going to actually do at the U.S. border? Are those troops just placed there by Mexico so that it can look like something is going to happen? Sure, they might make arrests here and there. They might get a few low-level criminals, but the big guys that are controlling operations within Mexico, are we really supposed to believe, in light of these reports, that they don't know what these troops are and are not allowed to do? And part of what makes this incredibly apparent is that right on the other side of the border wall, in some cases, you can see equipment and things that these gang members have set up that they think is going to help their operation, and it's like right on the other side of the wall. It's within almost touching distance, but there's nothing our troops can do.
This is the reality of the evil that we're facing.
Cartels light candles to the so-called Lady of Holy Death, believing she grants protection.
When the reality is that is demonic, is just pure evil.
Cartels still dominate Mexico's border regions, especially in Juarez, where agents found 281 stash houses last year.
They control it 100%, contrary to what the media may say or what anything. You're not going through those areas unless you're on that cartel's.
Through the border fence.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem too. That's the thing that's driving this issue is Americans' insatiable need for these substances. How do we fix it? It's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem. Like, think about why do people turn to drugs? And think about what our government does to help us, the citizens. We have almost no safety social nets. We're more divided than we ever have been. We become a almost completely atomized society. So we're a nation of individuals, and I would argue that a nation of individuals ceases to be a nation. I understand that a lot of people, they use these words, they'll throw out nationalists and they'll throw these things out, but they, for whatever reason, it seems like they don't truly understand what a nation is. So if you have a bunch of individuals, it's very hard to have a nation or cohesiveness or any of that kind of thing. So I think that plays out in people looking for substances that will help them escape or help make them feel better. Maybe sometimes, it's just they're young and they I guess have no leadership in their life or low sense of self, and they'll get involved in doing alcohol or cigarettes or weed, and then it progresses because they fall into peer pressure and then they get addicted. and maybe they go to harder and harder drugs because they're chasing that initial thing that they got the first time that goes away after continued use. It's a lot of different things, but I do agree with the place that your question is coming from. It's like things need to happen here as well. We can't just go to the input side and say, all right, well, we're going to target it here and then that'll solve the problem. It won't. It'll just move. Right? We already have drugs coming across the northern border. It's not just Mexico. We also have drugs coming directly into our ports from, like the coast, not the border. So yeah, I think the real thing that we should do is, get our society, like redefine what the social contract is between the state and the people. And like, there are certain things that just need to be revamped completely. But this isn't a problem that you solve in a year or two. This is a problem that you'll solve over a generation or two. So it needs to start today, but I don't think that we really start to see the fruits of that labor for another 5 to 10 years. And I don't think that we would actually start to see meaningful change for another 20 to 30 years. And maybe even longer, because the current people who are, fucked up and on all that kind of stuff, they got to die. And some of those people are my age and some of them are younger. So the average human these days is actually going down here in America. So like maybe it'll continue to go down. But let's just say they're going to live for 70 years. If they're 20, that's 50 years. So it's about 2-3 generations. So, yeah.
We can see this little cabinet with a hat and a lock on it full of religious artifacts that these guys think are going to help them make it across the border successfully. And it's right there. Why is this thing locked if nobody's walking up to it and unlocking it ever to use all the stuff in there? And several news reports have mentioned that the religious looking things in here are used by these gang members to perform little ceremonies before they try and cross the border. That's why these things are so close to the border itself. And the fact that this stuff is right here and accessible tells you who might really be in control of the Mexican side of the border.
Once crowded migrant trails now sit empty.
It is very gratifying for us to see the actual results of having consequences and having a government that is for the safety and for the well-being of our communities.
So those consequences at the border, they're not coming from the Mexican side of the border. They're coming from the U.S. side. They're coming from this massive crackdown that's happening in terms of border security, which has never happened before, and that's shutting down areas of the border on the Mexican side. The U.S. crackdown is making Mexico safer, but that also explains why now sea-based crossings and incursions are becoming more common. What do you think about that? Will there be more sea-based incursions in the near future? There's a lot of water out there. How would the U.S. go about securing all of it, or is it even going to be possible to do that without the help of Mexico? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
Yeah, they do rituals. That's not abnormal. Everyone does rituals, including Americans. I just don't think that you see it as that because it's normalized to you. You're looking outside into another culture that you don't understand. I imagine that you haven't had much experience with other cultures. So like, you're probably not aware of your own rituals that you do. Like, we do a lot of weird shit in our country. Or maybe not just our country, but like our country. But let's say you're a Christian, for instance. This idea, I'm gonna go pray for you. It's the same thing. It's not much difference. Or let's talk like our graduation ceremonies. Those are rituals, or weddings and all that. Like, that's ritual. I don't see anything wrong with it. Nah, but like before they cross the border, they do rituals for good luck. Yeah, just like people here will sometimes have their Jesus piece on or cross on their neck. Before they do anything, they'll kiss it, or they'll pray to themselves, or they'll do whatever. Like I used to play basketball before certain things. Like, as a team, we get together and they'll say a prayer. Or if we're going somewhere, it's the same thing. Or saying grace before a meal, like, it's the same thing. I don't see anything.
50
Honestly, I just
different
don't see
incidents where
anything
they've had to shoot out
abnormal
the
about
engines
it.
of these smuggling vessels. They do have a protocol. They try to
what
get these
the
individuals
hell?
to stop first. If they don't, then they fire warning shots. If they
Where's
still
this
won't stop, then
plane
yeah,
from?
that's when they quite literally bring in the big guns. They have to shoot out these.
Man, this is a mess. All right, do I have enough time to do another one? I don't have enough time to watch another video, so I won't. I have my meeting in 9 minutes, so I'm gonna switch gears again. I'm gonna switch it to this screen, and I'm happy to chat for the next 5 to 6 minutes if there are people saying things. Otherwise, I'm gonna dip. Did you see? Yeah, I saw it. There was a video of him saying he had cancer in 2022. I'm gonna be honest. I am a person that lives today in the present. I like, okay, he was the president. He's no longer the president. I'm over him. I know that most Americans can't do this. I noticed that when now that Trump is here, like there's like everybody's talking about other shit in the past. I'm just like, all right, well, he's the president now. Just like when Biden came in and all of the Trump people were like, oh, Trump. It's just like, all right, well, Biden is the president. Shut up, move on. That's where I'm at right now. Like, okay, sure. The person who's no longer the president, who's no longer in control, I don't give a fuck about him. That's me being real. I didn't give a fuck about Joe Biden before he became president, and I don't give a fuck about him now. I didn't even give a fuck about him when he was the president. I've never liked the man. From early, I mean, I follow, I know what he's done to my community specifically in the 90s. So I've never really liked him, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, he's president now. He's the president. All right, move on. You know, so he's no longer president. Okay, he has cancer. All right, good, bad for him. I don't know. Like, it's his life. I have nothing to do with it. He wasn't at my grandfather's funeral. He wasn't at my grandmother's funeral. He wasn't at my aunt's funeral. He wasn't at my cousin's funerals. I don't care about him. It may sound callous, but it's just, it is what it is. Are your writings available to read? Yes, they are. They are under a pseudonym. I may change it later because I don't like the name of it right now, but you will not find it because it's not attached to me. I'll say it that way. It's not attached to me. So if you were just to go searching and be like, oh, I can't find it, it's like, yeah, you would never find it. The only way you would get access to it, and it's public. I'm not saying it's not public. It's publicly available. It's on a public website. Like it's on Substack actually. So I'm on Substack, but nah, I'm not going to share those things on these streams. At least for the time being. I never intended to share it publicly. Now I may read excerpts here and there as I write things and all that kind of stuff, but nah. Now maybe in the future when it's done, I had a whole plan for it. It's supposed to be over the next, not the next, but like over this year and up into mid-May of next year. That's the amount of time I've given myself, and I have a whole like content schedule. Let me see if I can find that. Give me a second. Maybe. Wait, what? Obsidian. Where's Obsidian? Oh my gosh, why is it doing this? Where's Obsidian? Oh, wait a minute. My bad. Y'all weren't okay. My bad. I thought I was sharing my screen. Give me a second. Give me a second right quick. Just find this. I started building a RAG in my Obsidian notes, so I'm using that to find it because I can't find shit. Okay, all right, got it. So number one, these are themes that I'm exploring. Silence as evasion, not grace. Love is leverage, hate is powerless. Legacy and ancestry matters, or matter, but matters. The failure of modern psychology, and I have some points that I can get into. I can get into some of them. Feminism without foundations, gaslighting the self to appear good. So this is internal gaslighting, not necessarily external. Success is the bounce after rock bottom, and I do want to show something here. Let me go into here real quick. Wait, hold on. It says my package was delivered. Hold on, give me a second. It's definitely not here, so I don't think it was delivered. Anyway, let me compose a new message right quick. Make this bigger. And you'll notice something here. This is, oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen. Haha, just kidding. All right, so you'll notice something, right? Maybe you see that? This has been the what do you call it, the signature. Like I have this quote that I put in here a long time ago. I think I was in college, 2009. Yeah 2009. I'm trying, it was after some really bad things happened in my life. So this is one of this is how I've lived my life, which is success is how high you bounce when you hit bottom. And that's something that I want to explore more because, you know, it's how I've been living my life for a long time, but I've never really delved into like, what does that really mean? So I want to kind of start to explain that. And then another theme is actions ripple beyond, oh, sorry, my meeting's starting soon. Actions ripple beyond intention. The danger of capable cast aside. And I'll give you some points for that because that may not make sense. A man with nothing to lose is not broken. He's unowned. Some people you push away come back stronger. So that's what that is. The danger of the capable cast aside. That's what that means. And then just to go back to some of these other ones, to the silence and evasion. So avoidance masquerading as peace, weight of unspoken consequences, silence as emotional violence, that type of thing. So I'm like, I have my framework. I have like my overall arcs that I wanna explore. Well, themes, and then I have like story arcs that are underneath those themes. It's coming together. It's been a long process. It's a lot of work. I'm not even gonna lie. I was up until like 2 a.m. in the morning working on this after I finished my stream. So yeah. But yeah, I gotta go because I have a meeting. So if y'all enjoyed today's stream, I would appreciate it if you give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more of this type of stuff, do give a subscribe. I do appreciate comments. Normally these never get any comments in the video part, whatever. So if y'all have thoughts or questions or want to dictate what happens next time, throw some comments in there and we'll make sure I adjust to that. But in the meantime, I gotta go. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Peace.